Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 79th live stream from the MisfitGamersStudios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's homebrew review, we have another viewer-submitted item from one of our newest viewers, Hizboar, and we have a Subless class called Godly Entertainer. That is right, Subless. It has no subclasses. It is absolutely a whole all-in-one contained class, which it definitely is something that immediately got to me in interest, because this harkens back to my second edition days where there weren't any subclasses, or they were very rare and only in subsequential books. But seeing a class that is completely fit start to finish is just something that I am just super excited to go through, because it's not something we see in 5th edition. So I really want to see what they did here, because they did say that they loaded it pretty heavily, but you got to think that they don't have any subclasses to fill any of those gaps. So they had to load it pretty heavy, and that's what we're going to make sure that is all balanced. And again, we're not here to tell whether or not it was a good, but whether or not we think it would be usable in our current settings. And we just want to make sure that, our opinions are presented as just that. So yes, super excited. Let me get Kage in here real quick. I don't think we have too many updates today. So how's it going?
Oh, we are chilling. Shalom, my friends. I am very glad to be here. This is very cool, and this was very well done as well. Like, I almost didn't have to touch this at all. Like, it was... He's even got the tables in here for the class from start to finish, and
that's exciting.
And again, it's really nice, because the less I have to do it with it, the less I read about it. And so I'm very excited, because I'm going in fairly blind to all of these things. I have no idea what's even I don't even know what kind of classes they are. Godly Entertainer, just listening to it, like I want to say it feels like a bard, so maybe it's like a spellcaster. So
could
maybe
be like a performer.
It
it immediately thinks the immediate thing I think of is a performer of some sort, like a jester, because that's just entertainer. Otherwise, the only other thing I can think of is almost like a curse class. Like, this is a class that you take, but you are essentially like think of it abstractly. Like in historical versions, or even like Monty Python's, like the monks that punish themselves or do quirky things, or things that we think are quirky in the name of other people. So imagine that this is a class based around like that, right? Where it's like you are, you are basically taking this class in order to, accept the punishment of people or something, which hasn't really been done yet, but that would be kind of
very
interesting.
much so.
So it definitely, it sounds interesting. I think more of a performance, though. Godly Entertainer, that's really interesting. What does that mean, godly? Are you an entertainer for the gods, or are you just the best entertainer that you can be?
That's very fair.
Or the best of the best, right? I don't know.
Well, we finna find out.
I did see that Cosmic's in the chat. Thank you so much for being with us. Kind of sucks about your Discord's issue, but I would say I hope you can get it resolved, but it sounds like that's not going to happen. So I wish you the best with the current account that you have, and we already have it set up, I believe.
Yes,
in
we
Discord.
got you all set up. So if you want to jump back in the Discord,
so you'll be good, and we'll keep your old account on there for now in case anything happens and you happen to get it back for any reason. But otherwise it's just going to kind of hang out there in perpetuity until we have a reason to open the space up. Godly Entertainer, Divine Jester sounds like an alternative name. Yeah, and that's kind of where my mind's going, is like Divine Jester.
That's kind of cool.
But I have no idea. I have no idea where this is going to head to. Let's see. Other than that, we are very, very close to affiliate. The two biggest hurdles. The biggest hurdle is really going to be the concurrent viewer, y'all. We are very much on pace. We're getting at least, roughly speaking, as long as we've been streaming, and for how many streams we have. We're on 79 streams, and we have 40 something followers, but it's really not so. So if you really count it out, it's basically like a follower a week when you really look at how long we've been doing this.
Actually,
it's about a follower a week. So we're not going to really stress too much on making the last, I think we're at 48 right now.
Like
so
either 2 or 3.
2 followers away, not a big deal for that. But the concurrent viewership, that is what we are struggling with. I know part of that is when I game on the weekends. I game for many hours, and it makes the more I stream, and it makes it harder for me to get concurrent viewers.
I see what you're saying.
But that'll be the biggest hurdle. I don't think it's going to happen instantaneously once we hit the 50 followers. I think it's going to take a couple more weeks or months before we start to get a more consistent following.
How long does it have to be that consistent for?
As soon as we get it. So basically, the idea of the concurrent viewers is it takes, I think it's the last 30 days.
Okay.
So once we get there, once you've made the concurrent viewers, it's already looked at your past 30 days. So once we get it, it shows the consistency. So that's what we're trying to get to, is once we basically have a consistent 3 viewers every episode, we're going to be rock solid.
Getting it.
And then we'll get affiliate, and then we'll get, some updates for things like emotes, and a couple other things that we can do for you guys for interactive purposes. And then I'm thinking of some other stuff. Once we get affiliate, once we can actually have subs and things like that, we really want to start doing something special and giving you guys options for, subbing and having a little bit more to do with the stream. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Small teaser, eventually probably launching next year. I'm hoping if we're still powering through this and we're well into affiliate with some subs by next year, I want to launch a basically a viewer D&D game where I run it with you guys.
Yes,
and I want to set it up to where I'll have the viewers basically help fill out the characters, and either have, I haven't decided how I'll select the viewers, whether it's going to be individual viewers and then they'll play, or if it's chat based on a voting system.
I think that sounds cool.
So yeah,
I think that would be really cool.
Next year, High Point is coming to D&D discussions, and we will be playing High Point by next year. I'm super excited about that, but I want to wait until we have a generated enough community and we figure out exactly the best way to approach that, whether or not we're just going to have a handful of dedicated viewers wanting to play, or if we can do something that involves a larger chat. Kind of really just depends.
Okay.
But I have a couple cool ideas for things like one-shots. I have a cool idea. I've been toying with this modified version of One PC for a very long time, and I think that could be really fun for chat. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm super here for it.
Yeah. Let's see. What else? Other than that, once we hit affiliate, we'll have to make some decisions on, other than, future ideas, we'll have to start making some decisions on what more we can offer you guys, because as much as we like doing this and we know that this support would be greatly appreciated, it could also be beneficial if that support comes with a little bit more than just us doing what we're normally going to do. So I am trying to think of things that we can offer outside of just special emotes. I'm hoping that we will end up doing a giveaway soon. I don't know if it will be for the 100th episode. We may make affiliate by 100, but I mean, we only got
20 more episodes.
Yeah, so
that's crazy.
I mean, it's like a month away.
Month?
5 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, no, because it's 2 episodes a week, so
10 weeks.
It'll be 10 weeks. Okay, so we got like 2 months.
Yeah.
So two months before that. So if we can make affiliate by within 2 months, I'll probably do a giveaway at episode 100. I still might just do it at 100 anyway. If it's 2 months away from now, I'll probably do a giveaway at that. So
that sounds legit.
Yeah, episode 100. Look up for a giveaway. I don't know how I'll do it yet. I don't know if I'll just do it live, like whoever's there, or if I'll do it like I've seen it done, where it's like a social media thing where you can get raffle tickets by doing certain things.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I do like that one. So I see this one from one of the YouTubers that I follow a lot, Darkviper AU. He does a lot of giveaways every couple months, and I like how he does his, because you go click on the link, and it's basically a list of things you can do to get raffle points. So it's like, one of them's go visit my YouTube channel. So you click on a link, go to his YouTube channel, come back, it says your cookie, and then it gives you a raffle ticket. One's go follow my YouTube channel. Now, the best part about this is I've already been following him for a long time. Mm-hmm. So when it says follow my YouTube channel, all I have to do is click on the link. It verifies I'm already a follower, and it gives me a ticket. So it's like you don't have to
like go redo it, or you don't like miss out on the points because you've already done it. Yeah, it's not just only for first time
followers, right? So that would be kind of cool, like doing a thing where for the 100th episode, like leading up to it, we have a couple things of getting people to go, like maybe actually follow. I mean, it would be great, but then again, our YouTube channel doesn't really need to be followed right now because it's just a VOD's channel, and not many people are really into VOD channels right now. I don't know. They're kind of kicking off, but I think more people want the edited content.
Honest,
so
I don't really know. I don't internet enough.
Yeah. Cosmic doesn't like my gaming streams.
That's all right. I've honestly seen a lot of people interacting with your gaming streams, especially.
Oh, absolutely. No, Hitman's been kicking off like extremely. I've actually had a couple new followers from Hitman, and I get a lot of chat in Hitman, which is great.
What was that other game you were playing though?
I've been doing FTL a bit. Well, that was before I was doing FTL, and I've done a couple of games. DBD is pretty good. I gotta get back on
That's
DBD
the one
a
I
little
remember
bit.
you playing.
But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. I actually really do like doing the variety stuff on the weekends. It's kind of just it's a lot more fun to not have to be so like specific and on and entertaining. Yeah. I really like it. And yeah, the community's been actually pretty good. The Hitman community has, I think, been my most lively one so far. I got like 16 viewers on one of those episodes. It was insane.
Really?
Even one of my Noida ones got like one of my highs. I think my Noida one got like 6 or 7. I got like 16 on one of my Hitman ones. Sea of Thieves actually kicked off. That was the other one that I did with Vixie the other day.
That's right. Right.
Sea of Thieves is a tough one to stream just because there is a lot of downtime with that one. But Hitman seems to be like that one. That one I'm probably going to keep going with because that one I really enjoy.
That's dope.
The other ones are a bit rough. Like I did, FTL was kind of nice, but that's definitely because it's such an old game. There's so many people who it's only the people who are like really diehard that have been following it for a long time really want to watch that. So it's kind of like one of those, if you're not really doing it a lot during the high peak watch time,
right.
You know, that's really not going to do anything for you. But yeah, we'll see. I do want to add some other games to the rotation, but you know, luckily the biggest boon is that the games aren't really there for the growth. I mean, I'm not really interested in being a game streamer. It's more for the, I guess, not really behind the scenes content, but it's more for kind of like a get to know me kind of content, more or less.
Yes,
more casual, more less focused on D&D because I do kind of like that. I kind of like having more non D&D based chit chats every now and again, or just just idle stuff.
And that's fair.
So,
that's very fair.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So, but yeah, is Hizboar online yet? I wanted to waste a little bit of time to see if they would come online because I know that they were looking forward to this.
I know. I'm not seeing them online right now. Negative.
Because this might be one of the times I know we don't normally want to ping people for this, but this might be one of those times that it would be okay because he was asking yesterday, I think, in Discord. So I do want to make sure that they at least have that opportunity. If they weren't asking about it so much, or if they weren't if they weren't waiting yesterday, if they hadn't because they were asking at like 7:30, expecting us to. I think they were confused on what day we were supposed to go live.
Yes.
So I don't necessarily feel bad because it is posted, but at the same time, it does show that they were really interested in hearing about this. So instead of having to point them to the VOD channel, which wouldn't be the worst thing,
I mean,
I
fair.
can go get at least a view on the episode.
Let's see. We're going to do this. And this is for Hizboar.
We'll give him a couple minutes. So if we're posting that now, okay. So yeah, we'll give him like 2 or 3 minutes to at least if I see him pop in and everything, and then we can at least start up because we usually take a few minutes to get through at least like the first bit of it.
That's very fair.
It does look like he has quite a nice little sectionable
it's very nice, yes. And like I said, it seems, again, like I said, I didn't get to read a whole lot of it, but
it seems like it's in order.
Yes,
like properly
it's all in
order.
Like it was laid out exactly as I would have expected it to. Laid out how a lot of mine, like the ones that I'm preparing to bring out to you guys, are being laid out. And granted, it doesn't have slotted places where you would usually see them for your subclass features,
right? Of course,
but they include them in a manner that flows very seamlessly. So
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not gonna. So does that mean it's not gonna be so much from your limited knowledge of it? Does it mean that it's not gonna be so much like level based?
Well, it still progresses per level, but like all of you don't feel like you're missing any features along the way. You don't feel like, oh, people with subclasses would have a lot more than I would. You feel like you're still progressing on like a 1-to-1 ratio with a regular subclass.
Okay. Good. Okay, I like that. All right.
But yeah, so I don't know, this one as well as the other one. I know you may have gotten to take a look at it a little bit.
The Aberration.
Yes.
Yeah. So I took a look at that one initially. So this one also kind of broke the norm, right? Because normally we do everything. Well, at least I do everything I can not to pre-read these, and that's why you have your process for formatting these, so you look at them as little as you can, which I do appreciate, because I know that that's kind of, I think, part of what we enjoy the best is having that raw creative look instead of trying to, again, recreate, that in the moment inspiration. At least that's where we have the most fun at.
Definitely.
So hey, Hizboar is here. Fantastic. Okay, I can close Discord.
Hizboar in the chat.
Yes, Hizboar is here.
Fantastic.
Cosmic, your OPBBEG spell is next week, I believe.
Yes.
As long as you are here next week, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I am here next week. As long as nothing happens to the schedule, for any like freak accidents or whatever, we are scheduled for you next Monday.
Yes, indeed.
And then we have Hizboar's Aberration, which we were just talking about the following Monday.
Exactly.
And yeah, so that one broke the norm a little bit, because normally I try not to look at him at all, but in that particular one, he did say he wasn't ready. Did mention that the Aberration class wasn't complete, did want some feedback. So that one I did read through, gave essentially, I don't want to say like, a harsh review, but the thing about that, when someone asks me to review something, it's really, there's a difference between what we do on homebrew review and we're just like, oh, I really like that, right? To me, that's not a review, right? Like when someone says, hey, like critique me, or hey, I'm not done with this, what would you do? Like, there's a point at which someone says, what do you think about it, right? Like, what's your, like, do you like it or not? That's one kind of question. But when someone's working on something, and I feel like when they're like, hey, I need ideas, it's not really about, oh, you should do this and you should do that. Kind of like what we do with homebrew review. It's more of that's one idea that you have. Here's one or two more.
Right.
Do with that what you will. And that's kind of the direction I had gone with that one, where instead of just trying to do what I would do on homebrew review, where I would only point out what I would change, I tried to give an idea for almost everything they posted that inspired some kind of thought in me, right? Some of the things they posted were just like, oh, I like that. That's cool. And that's all I said was like, that's like, because I didn't like it didn't, my mind didn't think of anything else that would be better, right?
Right.
But then there were other ones where I'm just like, oh, that's a really cool idea too. But then my mind would be like, oh, I might have done this, or I might have done this, and then I move on, right? So that, I tried to really like give at least one example on every major part, not to say it's wrong and you should have done it differently, but it was more of here's an idea that it inspired out of me. Kind of, again, what we do with homebrew review of, it's not wrong, it's just here's something different. And, does this help you solidify what you want to do out of it? So, yeah, so I did that for that one. And
it seems like it might have.
I think within a day,
exactly.
Hizboar immediately came back with the revised version and submitted it. So I haven't looked at the revised version. I'm going to keep that one away because they seemed very confident that they nailed down a lot of the ideas. I have no idea if anything I said actually inspired them to do something different, or if it only just reaffirmed what they were already thinking. So I'm curious. I might have my ideas up, like the things that I had suggested up, as we go through the main one, and I might just see, so when I was originally reading this, here's what I had suggested. But normally we don't do the old versus new copy, just because, again, we're only looking at what was, not the progression.
Exactly.
So I don't really know how I want to do that one yet, but that one will be in 2 weeks from now. But Hizboar, fantastic to see you. And then, yeah, we did see that you fixed all of that. Kind of scared about it being too OP now, though. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, because it's another subless class, right? So, it's hard to be OP when you're trying to overcome the variety that comes with having multiple subclasses. So you kind of want to You want to balance being OP for a good reason
Yes.
while still being versatile.
Yes.
Because you can be OP just flat out, and you just by being too powerful, or if you're OP but in a versatile way, just meaning that you're just good in most situations. That's kind of what you want from a subclass, like from a subless class. You really want to kind of be a jack of all trades, but slightly better than the average jack of all trades.
Right.
You can't be perfect in every situation. You don't want to outshine the rogue in every lockpick. You don't want to outshine the paladin in every, spell. You don't want to outdo the barbarian in every, fist fight. But you want to be able to hold your own next to each and every one of those, in my opinion. Like with the subless class, you want to be able to work it. And I don't just mean like every build is going to be able to do that.
Right.
But as you build out that subless class, you should be able to lean into any of those deficiencies and hold your own.
Interesting. Yeah.
But again, that's just how I've always approached it from my 2nd edition days, even in 5th edition, where even when I look at subclasses, as much as I like those, I still try to treat everything in my approach as its own class. Like, even though it's a subclass, I still try to treat it as its own standalone thing in order to make it stand out and unique and not have too much of the umbrella with only a few, trinkets of individuality. I really want it to, make sure that it's its own thing.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm really excited about that. But, yeah, I'm really curious to know what they think about it being OP. If it isn't OP, is it even worth using? I love playing with some common stuff. Like finding creative ways to use basically common characters, common stats, common items.
Yep.
It could be a lot more fun to find out a puzzle with that. So I got to say, I'm as much as I always want to, find the strongest, aspects of everything. Sometimes outwitting the strongest is actually more satisfying, in my opinion.
Finding strength in everything is a valuable skill. I will say that.
Absolutely. Let's see, and then there's OP and then there's 2 OP. So during Baldur's Gate runs, I realized I end up using regular classes and not modded custom classes. Didn't want it to be like that. Also, since I didn't feel like most of the custom classes are a little plain. Yeah, I actually, after my first couple runs with Baldur's Gate, I decided I wanted to play modded. And once I decided that, I just never sat down and actually looked at the mods I wanted to play. Because, just the base game is as fun as it is, it's not my preferred approach to D&D. Like, it's not even the issue with the story. Like, the story's great. The world is well crafted, but I don't know, just it's
the
a
actual
little
interaction.
Yeah, it's a little too video game for me. There's just a little too many things that take me out of it being D&D and make it more of just a top down the video game. And it's like, as much as it's entertaining, I didn't have the drive, so I was hoping mods would help that, and then I just kind of fell off. But I do want to get some mods and mess with it a little bit, because it would be really interesting to see what people have done to the game. I mean, having a 15 party or 15 character party would be hilarious.
That would be ridiculous. You literally just go into war.
But that's the other thing too. It's like, do I really I don't know if I would have fun just literally having something where I'm just clicking a button and enemy's dead. Okay, move on. Enemy, you know what I mean? I just as fun as a content creator, from a content creator point of view, that sounds interesting. But for me to play the game and just be like, look, the enemy's dead. I have 15 attacks. It's just It's again, that game breaking aspect is just not what I play it for. I play it for the actual struggle of it, but the video game aspect is just too out of my control. There's just too many things that, no matter what I think, the game is
never going to let you do.
Yeah, it's as creative as it is. It's not my kind of creativity.
And I get that. I feel like if there was a way to encapsulate that kind of creativity in a game, that would be an incredible game. I don't even know how you'd even go about that. But
that's where AI game, when you can get a game when you can get AI to eventually make a dynamic game like that, the way that they envisioned, that they wanted to do for decades. But the ideas behind having a game just be that dynamic, like Skyrim, but everything just reacts to everything. Mm-hmm. That right there would be your new virtual reality D&D, right? A game that literally just plops you. It I mean, because you already have games like, you take something like Skyrim, mix it with the complexity that is Elite Dangerous.
Okay.
Where you have a massive multiplayer, engine on a grand scale like that, fully interactable, and then you have it procedurally generated and dynamically update.
Yeah.
It to get there is who knows how many years away.
I will say, I keep hearing stuff about quantum computers and how there's going to have all kinds of crazy like computing power soon.
If is a big deal in all those conversations.
Listen, I can dream, all right? I can hope I can store a petabit of data on a flash drive.
Let's be pretty honest. The game is great on the program stance since it's crazy amounts of interactive. I will say this, and I've said this too. I actually did a couple videos on the VOD channel. I actually did a couple videos where not only did I play Baldur's Gate, but I followed it up on a couple D&D discussions on my reviews, my initial thoughts and my thoughts after playing it for a while. And in each single one, I did hands down have to give it to Baldur's Gate. It is hands down the best rendition of D&D in a video game format out there. Like no one's going to argue popularity-wise, creativity-wise, physics-wise, graphics-wise, rules-wise. It is one of the best. Now, granted, if you want the closest and most accurate to 5th edition mechanics and 5th edition rule sets, Solasta Crown of the Magistar beats it, because that game in particular leans much more heavily into the actual base mechanics of 5th edition, but it just can't hold a candle to what Baldur's Gate did for D&D, what Baldur's Gate did in the sense of what Baldur's Gate did to make a normal tabletop into a video game. And what I mean by that is a lot of the creative changes that they decided to do, while not D&D in my respect, not, in my view, it may not have been a change that I was okay with for D&D or that I felt was very specific for D&D. I fully recognized and understood why they did it for the video game and why it was a benefit to the actual success of the game. So I will give them absolute credit for everything that they did. And I want to and I absolutely will give it to Lariat Studios, having come out recently and officially stated that there will not be a Baldur's Gate 4, that they will not be doing another D&D style game, or at least another D&D game. I'm very happy with, because they're basically kind of breaking that mold instead of milking this and making our very creative people work on the same IP for, ever. They just wanted to break the mold, make an amazing game that literally crushed all records, and then moved on. But they are going to be making a much bigger, more expansive RPG. That is not D&D, but it is their own.
That's to me the definition of quitting while you're ahead.
Exactly.
All these other people are like, oh, let me get as much as, and then it dies, and then it turns into trash, and the opinion and the viewpoint that people have of it afterwards it's just terrible.
Exactly. Right? And since they don't own the IP, Wizards of the Coast still own Baldur's Gate. So we could see a Baldur's Gate 4
but
someday,
it won't be Lariat.
But it won't be Lariat Studios, which is fine, because it could just mean that there's going to be now a new standard that the next person has to go. And what if that next standard is to
I heard that legit people were getting mad at Lariat Studios for setting the bar so high.
Oh yeah,
they were
everybody was mad. You can't do this. You can't change the game. And
yes, we can. Us have to do that. Now we're gonna have to work, bro. Please,
but that's the thing. They weren't looking for a cash grab. They were looking to make a stand. They were looking to make a name for themselves, which they already had. And now everything else that they go for, it's going to be backed. So
good for fucking them.
Yeah, I'm super happy with it. But absolutely, I can't argue from a game point of view. The choices that they made were great choices, even if I don't like them for D&D purposes, right? Again, one of my biggest critiques was my biggest critique, truthfully, wasn't what they did, but it was the influence it's going to have on tabletop D&D. And we've seen that a lot. And you've seen this in TikToks and Instagram Reels a lot, where the parodies have started to come over, right? People have started they do a lot of the parodies of, comparing the two. It started with comparing, 5th edition versus Baldur's Gate, but it's getting more and more into people running into the players trying to play regular D&D with Baldur's Gate rules.
Interesting.
Trying to get away with things or people just admitting Baldur's Gate did it better and changing the fundamentals of D&D, where there's a lot of DMs now, and I think we've talked about this, where they've changed it to where it's like bonus actions can do a lot more now because of Baldur's Gate 3. Everybody thinks that bonus actions should be free for things like potions,
to be fair,
and items and other things.
I'll say that personally, I've heard a lot about that way before Baldur's Gate came out.
No, yeah, but it's just another wave of people using Baldur's Gate to go, well, they did it, now I like it, right?
Right.
And that's just one of them, but jumping, a lot of people are trying to say, well, it's like, I want to use the jumping mechanic, which I think in Baldur's Gate doesn't actually use your movement. And
really?
Yeah, so it's like there's just a lot of things that they did
crazy.
that made sense for a video game, but was also just
made sense for a video game.
Made sense, yeah, and that's where the line I drew. So my biggest critique was, what is that going to do for the landscape of what do people now expect from DMs on a tabletop setting? Are they going to expect the Baldur's Gate ruling or not?
Well, good luck with that. I don't care what you expect
I think
here.
I wasn't really fearful. It was just my biggest critique of that. I don't think it's going to happen. I think because Baldur's Gate 3 peaked, I don't think it's crashing down. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, but really it is just kind of what it is. It's not going to get any updates. It's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. Everyone kind of knows the story now. The mods are going to continue to happen for it, but I don't think it's going to change. 5th edition's already moving forward, right?
Yes.
D&D is already here. D&D is already moving beyond Baldur's Gate 3 at this point. You know what I mean? In terms of I'm not that worried about the influence. I'm kind of sure that any influence that does happen, I'm just going to assume is going to be positive. If they change if D&D rule sets start saying bonus actions can do a whole bunch more, potions and cantrips or whatever you want to expand it to. I'm assuming that at this point it's not going to be riding the fad. It's going to be because it's been tried and tested now. It's been around it long enough. So yeah, that was kind of my initial overview of it. Is great game. I hope it doesn't ruin tabletop. But yeah, they did great on the characters. They did great on the stories. Yeah, and then they didn't do a good job at letting you level up fast in that one. There was that game that the Baldur's Gate 3 really was made you want to be meticulous right out the gate. Not that punishing though, yeah. Especially if you abuse the quick save option and the quick load option, then it wasn't that. It definitely wasn't that bad.
Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, but that was a part of the reason, right? Video game wise, I'm just not really a fan of having sudden random things happen and then dying and then having to reset 2 hours worth of progress. And if I want the same outcome, I have to remember everything that I did exactly, or I'm gonna literally change my entire game.
Yeah,
a game like that. One of my during my live streams, one of the things I hated the most was I'm just how can you have a game like this with zero logical autosaves? There are so many times where I'm why would you not autosave me before this battle?
Wait, there's no autosaves?
I think there are a handful of checkpoint autosaves, maybe, but there'll be things where it's you could just be tripping around, searching around, you can accidentally go through a door, trigger a battle. There was no save right before you open that door. You just go into that battle and it could have been an hour of gameplay before you last saved. And just because you opened that door and just did not know what was on the other side, and
that sounds like moments, some Souls game type stuff.
And then I get the concept of that's D&D, right? I get that from a D&D point of view. I'm not going to as a DM tell you that what's on the other side of that door, but from a point of view of a video game, if I know that I can reload, if I know that if I make a big mistake and die, there is no afterlife, there's no recreating the new character, I just reload. Why would you punish me so drastically by not putting some sort of recent save option anywhere close to that battle? You know what I mean? I don't know. It was just one of my things where I'm not a fan of having to constantly be reminded to quick save. I think the game should be somewhat methodical, even after battles. Why don't they save right after a battle? So I don't accidentally do something stupid leave a battle, not have anything to heal myself, and go, okay, I'll just walk back over there and then get into an immediate battle at 1 HP and die. And it's great. So instead of resetting me back to the last battle I just lost and letting me go a different route, I've been reset a half hour and now have to do one of those battles over again. And it's just like, this is not fun. This is not fun. This is not D&D. If I'm going to be punished, just make the whole game over. Just make it permadeath at that point. You know, to be completely honest, I'd much rather permadeath in a much more expansive and open world game than you sending me back 2 hours and me having to replay exactly what I did in order to keep my pace.
Honestly, just for me, like, I'm the type of person, I can barely watch the same episode of something back to back. Like, I can never watch a movie twice in a row. And there are certain elements, like, if I am genuinely having to, like, walk through the same cutscenes, go talk to the same people, like...
And you don't have to in this game, but if you want, like, again, if you've been playing for like 2 hours, you talk to a specific, and you're getting, like, you're trying to unlock a specific, like,
if you're
thing.
out here trying to go for like a goal, trying to do something,
exactly,
and I spend my
2
time...
hours of work. It's not just, again, it's not just punishing of you just lost 2 hours and you can go do something different. No,
Yeah.
I was trying to get that brand. I was trying to get that character on my team. I was trying to make sure I saved that person. And now I have to remember who I spoke to. Like, what if you're like 2 hours into it, and again you unlocked something because of a random conversation you don't remember? Just pet peeves. That's not D&D, but I get it. Again, Lariat, you did an amazing game.
Good job.
All right, that's enough of that. Let's get into today's homebrew review. If I don't get water everywhere. Got a custom mode pack I made. Spent hours and hours to fix load order, make it perfect, and then the game just sent me back 2 hours. Yeah, that sucks. And that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, if the game can just have some smart saves, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like Telltale. It doesn't have to be like right outside an encounter, so you're like, oh, it's auto-saving, there's a fight. But if it were like, hey, you're near something important, auto-save. Hey, there's a fight within 10 minutes of here, auto-save. Not 2 hours.
I would even like it if it did a stealthy autosave where it didn't give me any sort of indication that it was autosaving, right?
But when you die, it's like...
And then it was like...
yeah, I don't know. There could have been something, but... I don't know. But it's okay. It's fine. I'll mod it up and we'll play again sometime.
Yep.
That'd be actually interesting. We should do...
I wonder if they could do a mod, like an autosave mod.
Oh, there's probably one. Would you be willing to be here for that? Like, would you want to be here if we did like a game day with Baldur's Gate 3?
I'd love to.
That'd be interesting because I know you don't have a computer for it, but
I wish I did.
Have like chat involved with it or something with like polls or voting or something.
That sounds dope.
All right. Yeah, scavenging. Ugh. Not a fan of that either. That's way too game breaking for me, especially with something like D&D. All right, so let's get into today's homebrew review. So, by the way, Hizboar, we had a quick question. It came to us as Godly Entertainment, but because it's a class, I'm assuming that was supposed to be Godly Entertainer in terms of the name. You want to like make sure we clarify that? Because I was going to intro this as Godly Entertainer, and I think I have that as the title, but I think there was a possible translation issue. So we just weren't really sure. Wanted to make sure we said that correctly. Because if it's Godly Entertainment, that's fine. I just wasn't sure because it's a class. You would think that it's like...
And maybe when we go through it, it'll make more sense why it's entertainment, if it is.
That's true.
Because...
They're not the entertainers, they are the entertainment themselves. So this kind of goes around. So I almost was remember my second idea that I said earlier. The second idea I had, that this is more about like appeasing the gods than it is like...
Interesting.
Okay. So I had that idea before you showed up. I was like just off the name. I'm like, so it's either like, you know, a divine jester, which I think was what Cosmic said in the chat. Cosmic was saying like that's like another name for a cosmic or a divine jester, and that was my first idea. But my second idea was like not necessarily like a curse, but like you're here for the entertainment of the gods. Like you're here to like basically opine for other people or whatever. But yeah, interesting.
This is slightly
interesting.
frustrating.
I'm really curious now.
It's just so you know, it's still cutting out some of my chat. Like that chat just there. I didn't get that in my chat log. Like it won't show up.
So
I don't know why it's doing that.
I gotta update the title screen real quick anyway. But can anybody verify if you guys are like having issues with our chat? Does our chat cut out for anybody else? Or is it just?
It might just be me.
It must just be the way that you're. Are you using the app or the website?
I'm on the website. Yeah.
It might just be that. It might just be.
I didn't even know they had an app. They have a Twitch app. Of course they do.
I mean, I have the desktop app, so Godly Entertainment. So I'm gonna just update because I like to be accurate. So we're gonna update our title here. So now we have the correct title for you. Hizboar says he's on the website, and is there anyone else? Okay, so apparently it's cutting out for him too on the website. So yeah, it might just be. I don't know if that means if it's Twitch or if that's.
Yeah, it probably has something to do with the actual site or wherever it's being.
Because I'm getting no frame drops. I'm getting no frame drops, no frame skips. I'm getting no memory leaks.
Hopefully it stays in. I got that last chat that he put out. So
yeah, that's crazy.
No worries.
Yeah,
we'll make it work.
I don't know if it's just the Chromebook or something or. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have to. Hopefully, we won't be cutting out too much there. Crazy for that though. I gotta figure out. Yeah, I gotta figure out if that's my settings. It could just be my potato PC though. Could just be me.
Listen, this thing is ancient as well. I don't know.
Okay, so now we have the proper title. So let's get into this. So for today, let's get into it. And let's get into today's homebrew review. We have the Subless class Godly Entertainment submitted by the viewer Hizboar. Now, this is a subless class, meaning that there are no subclasses on this particular class that has been submitted. So it may seem a little bit heavy, as we said in the intro, but we are going to have to realize that it is trying to balance out because it doesn't have any variation. So it's really going to have to be heavy, and we're going to see how well balanced it is. So, Godly Entertainment, and not Godly Entertainer, as we previously thought. This is Godly Entertainment, as in you are the entertainment for the gods. Now, we have the description. They are the performers of the battlefield. Of the battlegrounds. They are the performers of the battlegrounds. They are the ultimate artisans of the human anatomy. They are the virtuoso of the battle axes. They are the painters. They are the musical prodigies. They paint the floors with the enemy's blood. They make the most magnificent musical pieces with the enemy's skulls and bones. Some even use skin and flesh of the foes to create beautiful masterpieces for their patrons. No need to get up. I will just come and go, like ocean waves on sand. No writing will remain after I leave, and no memories escape for the sound of gods clapping with amazement in their eyes. That's terrifying.
That is not where I thought this was going.
So basically, Genghis Khan. Pleasant. This is basically just Genghis Khan and his horde.
Y'all just out here.
We are erasing. This is going
to be a martial class.
You must have a strength score of 13 or higher in order to multi-class
this is going to be
out of this class.
This is going to be a martial class. A strength score of 13. Okay. And that is a fairly common prerequisite for multi-classing. I think barbarians have that requirement, and I want to say paladins as well.
That's a nice write-up. That's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. That's a very good intro. I think and it mirrors a lot of the other ones as well. As far as the types of information that they provide for how the class is meant to feel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Things like that, giving you that foundation instead of just giving you the straight stats, like kind of giving you a mindset, I think is good to set up a good class. So fantastic there. Already, yeah, it's definitely given me very interested so far. So we have our list of features that you're going to get throughout the levels. So we're just going to go through these. It looks like we're going to get a 1st through 20th, and it does look like there's going to be one every level, which does make sense because, again, without subclasses, this is where we said that it's going to feel a little bit heavy. But remember, there are no subclasses, so this is going to have to fill in a lot of that dead space and make it to where it can be hopefully very versatile over time, depending upon how you lean into the build. And that's what we're going to be looking for, or at least that's what I would be hoping to look for, for the high point aspect of it.
I'm already seeing some familiar phrases. So I know a lot of what's been taken here has been taken from, bits and pieces from other classes and ideas like that. So this is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so kind of just going down. I'm probably not going to read all of these because I do think we get into all of this later, right? It's going to explain. It's going to explain all of these. So it looks like 1st through 20th level, we're going to get some proficiency bonus boosts. So it looks like 1st through 4th, you're getting a +2. 5th to 8th, you're getting a +3, and then you're getting a +4 to 12, a +5 to 15 to 16, and then a +6 beyond that. I think that tracks. I think that's pretty standard.
Yep. Generally.
So automatically, before I even got to this, what's super standing out to me, and I'm already getting the vibes of like, ooh, we're getting some special powers because I'm looking at curtain calls and plot twist points, and I'm just immediately, it makes me go back to what we talked about letting players have things like legendary actions, like earning their own like heroic actions, or background, like when we talk about background features, adding things that come with the player, like come with the character's build, not just an additional point to make your character more powerful, right? So already seeing curtain calls and plot twists is giving me these like vibes because it kind of looks like they progress like spells. So I'm hoping that they're kind of like situational things. I'm really curious.
Okay.
And then just looking at some of the features. So we have Curtain Call, Holy Performer, Oath of Perfection, Beautiful Strike, Play Dead, ASI, Warming Up, No Shame, Fighting Style, Backstage, Brutal Critical, Fighting Style, Unstoppable Performer, Fighting Style 2. Brutal Critical is very interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
That is one that
Patron's Hand.
I've seen in some barbarians. They have a Brutal Critical die, I believe, as a part of their class.
Oh, that's gorgeous. I love that you get Curtain Call first and you get Curtain Fall last. Oh, that's good. I don't even know what it does yet, and that just sounds good. Oh, that's from start to finish. That just sounds nice. I like that.
And here's the deal. I know a lot of people think it's a little crazy, but honestly, I really like that when you get to 20th level, you get unlimited sometimes, and you can just go hard. Like you have that with the druid. Once you get 20th level, you have unlimited wild shapes, and you can turn into like all different types of creatures back to back to back. So
right,
I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, no, I like that, and it feels good to see, because again, I've seen a lot of these custom builds where it will be balanced in terms of what you get, but it won't make sense in terms of progression. Like it's like, okay, cool, these make sense for a druid to have these, but why would you have these? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I get why a druid would have this one, but why would a druid have this one, and this one? Why would your particular druid have this build? Why would your particular background? Why would your rogue want this skill? Like sometimes, or it's like, why did this one come last? Like, why did this one come first? Right? But looking at this, right? So it's like you have Curtain Call, Holy Performer, Play Dead, Backstage, Conductor, right? Curtain Fall. Like I can actually see the build within the class progressing properly. So it's not just that these could all be nicely balanced features and skills, but the fact that they're building towards a big picture is what I like to see. Because again, this is one of the downfalls I see to like, building the character last and then going backwards. Is it's like you're building a picture, but not from the holistic point of view. You're just either, like we talked about, you're either going from the start or the end, but this one kind of looks at it as how are you going to get there from one stage to the next, and what does that look like story-wise, narratively. So I'm already liking, at least we don't know what they are. These could be completely, not that way, but the naming conventions, I'm liking the progression, and it makes me already interested to see how this goes. It's very telling
to the mindset when approaching it, which I appreciate.
Yeah. And I do good call out on the unlimited. I think giving that option at 20th level, because again, you're rarely ever going to reach 20th level in most campaigns. Whether that's the campaign just doesn't reach that far, or you as a player, or your character doesn't live that long. And at that level, you're either no longer gaming, because most DMs don't actually play high level gaming like that. It's like you do the BBEG and that's it. So if you get unlimited for the BBEG, it's probably fine. The DM can just work around that. And if you are a DM like us who doesn't have a limit, who would just keep going, that just encourages us to make sure that the challenges are equal to that, right? Because the only reason why unlimited would be OP is if you're giving them the stuff that they've seen before, right? You have to give them a situation where, cool, you may have unlimited of those, but now I'm going to start giving you encounters where those don't matter anymore. Like, not to undo your whole character build, but it's like, it's like if you
it's
were...
not enough. Just relying on that purely is not going to get you
like against a
through
mortal, that's fine, but now you're dealing with, like in High Point, it would be, hey, you've dealt with mortals your whole life. That's great. So that unlimited power of yours works against mortals, great, because you'll just wear them down. But now I'm immortal. I don't get worn down. Your unlimited use, I could sit here forever and it won't bother me, right? Doesn't mean that it's useless. It just now means that is not... You are now in a area that does not outweigh you anymore.
Or at the very least, it'll definitely take you longer to wear me down, and the amount of power that I have, can you hold out for that long type deal? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it just definitely, instead of it, again, I don't like the idea that enemies just hitting harder for more damage and having more life equals more challenging. I absolutely think that video games are to blame for this, because that is what the video game industry has done for decades, where their version of harder is just the enemies take longer to kill and do more damage, which all that means is you just have to... it does mean you have to up your skill, but that's not the same as making it harder. You know what I mean? That's not the same as having to approach it in a different way, or having the enemy change its tactic, or having the enemy learn. Like the games that actually learn like your method of playing and will actually make the bosses harder because they'll know what you do if you do it too often. Like that's what I like to do, right? And that's what I don't think the standard progression, especially for enemies, do. So again, I think the unlimited is actually a good call.
Yeah.
Because I don't think at 20th level you should be worried about the character being too OP. It's now starting to think about, well, what's the next phase of things they should be facing?
Right.
All right. Hizboar's very excited right now. All right, so class features. As a godly entertainment, you gain the following class features. Hit points. Hit dice is a 1d12 per godly entertainment level. D12 goes along with your martial class. All right, so nice call.
D12?
D12, I
that's
like it.
That's barbarian status.
That's what I'm saying. It definitely goes along with that martial stuff.
God.
Hit points at first level, 12 plus your constitution modifier. I love the base, okay? I'm a super big fan. In High Point, I give everyone a base 10 plus their standard rate after that. But I do like that you give them a base. That's fantastic. So at first level, you get your full base 12 plus a constitution modifier. I do like that. You don't make them roll for it. Hit points at higher levels, D12 or 7 plus your constitution modifier. Okay, yep, no big deal. So proficiencies, no armor proficiencies. So this is an armorless class, which again goes along more for barbarian. Weapons, simple weapons, martial weapons, hand crossbows, long swords, rapiers, short bows. No tools. Saving throws are charisma and wisdom. Skills, choose 2 from insight, athletics, persuasion, performance, perception, and religion. Interesting that deception's not on there. And intimidation. I noticed that both intimidation and deception are not on that list.
Interesting.
Go ahead and talk about that, because I do think that that's actually worth noting, because so far what we've gleaned from this class, those seem out of place, right? Like those seem like they would be better placed. I need to go get more water, so...
Deception.
I need to go get more water, but I'm going to let you talk about this, because that stands out to me.
So I would definitely, especially... And again, this is incredibly preliminary, but I would say specifically because of that description that we gave and how potentially gory and horrific that a lot of the things that would be probably normal for somebody in this position to do, I definitely think intimidation is something that would likely be something that they could be proficient in. Deception, as an entertainer, I can see places for that, but again, with super martial class, and this almost feels more gladiator-esque than it would like jester-esque. I might see like some deception in a jester stance, but intimidation, yeah, I'm gonna look at one of these dudes and I'm gonna be scared. For sure gonna be scared. So I'm very interested to see. And to be honest, it might not be in there because I've seen this before. It might not be in there because it is already a given. It might be in there because at like first level you're automatically proficient in the intimidation skill, so they don't want to waste it in a slot here, and they're just gonna set you up with it out the gate. So I'm gonna cross my fingers and I'm gonna say that's my prediction. And we're gonna see if that's what actually happens.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna kind of, because I didn't hear everything you just said, but my 2 cents is essentially I point out that these 2 are missing, not necessarily that they both have to be here, but so far against the build, right? You have this armorless, martial, strength, and brute. Mostly, not brute, but you seem to have this martial artist who has no armor. If that's the case, you would assume physically intimidating. Or,
especially with the required strength score,
you would assume that they're hiding that. They're trying to hide the fact that they are capable, so they don't wear armor, right? They don't show off. They don't, like. There's just a lot of ways you could go about why you don't have armor. That's why I noticed that it's neither deception nor is it intimidation, but you're not wearing armor with the strength of 13. I'm like, so what you doing then, right? But we do have a couple insights. So you can't use deception against gods, so it would be a dirty trick, trying to deceive a god.
Okay.
And again, that's the other thing. We're not really looking at it from the point of view of a god. I'm just looking at it from the point of view of like other players. Because again, it starts out mortal. It starts out at level 1. So having that aspect that you never wear armor in especially in like combat and everything, I'm like, if you're not intimidating them, aren't you trying to deceive to like look meek or look like, kind of like Clark Kent it, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm just nobody. And then you just like are able to, Hulk out at any moment. But that's why I found it interesting. But yeah, good point. If it is more for a campaign dealing with divine and gods, I can understand why you wouldn't want it to be deception. And then if your job is not to scare off opponents, but make them amazed with your gore.
What?
You don't want others to get scared, but weirdly get attracted to. The class is mostly interactive with gods, and normal dudes would only be instruments. Why would you deceive your guitar? Okay, so the idea here being that this was built not for the standard campaign, but for a campaign that would be heavily built on your dealing with god level stuff, and your as a player playing this, your level of dealing with the average person like mortals isn't so much a direct interaction as it is more of you're just using them to get shit done, but your main gameplay is much more on the divine level. So that's where you don't need deception because you're not really dealing with mortals like that, and deception nor intimidation work on gods. So makes sense.
That's very fair.
Again, makes sense.
That's very fair.
So it also helps put this into perspective that this isn't really a universal class, but it also is a not specific setting base, but you definitely want to use this in a specific setting. Like you want to have this in a setting that's geared for it. So good to know. Very good to know for us. All right. So equipment. So you start with the following equipment in addition to the equipment granted by your background. A great axe, or B, a martial melee weapon. You get 2 hand axes or any simple weapon, and you get an explorer's pack and 4 javelins.
Okay.
Always love me a javelin. I think javelins are underappreciated.
Very underappreciated.
Especially as a starting item. Mm-hmm. Because, javelins are what? Like, because these ones are the small ones, right? So it's like you can use those basically as a spear and as a throwing javelin. You can carry them in a backpack. So it's like, javelins, I think, are super versatile early on.
Yes, and I feel like they're way, way more sturdy. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to last longer than, I'm probably going to be able to use it.
Well, and I always look at, like, javelins are great because it's like you could dig a pit, put the javelins down inside, or bury them in the ground and make a trap. You could tie them to, like,
that's actually kind of cool.
You could actually, do like the whole thing where you tie up a cut down tree, have it in, swinging in the trees, and then have it like on a like a zip tie, like have that little trap. Put your javelins on the front. So as it comes in, you have 4 javelins basically coming.
Oh, that would be cool.
So it's like there's a lot of things as a player that I've always thought about with javelins. Like javelins are nasty. You know what I mean? Like if you could make any kind of tripwire trap that flings something forward, you make that thing the javelin.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Like there's so many different ways you could. I mean, javelins are always good for. Like let's say you have a crevice, right? And let's say someone, you want to cross the crevice and you can only get one person over. You get one person over. Javelins are great because some DMs will let you do the whole thing where you tie a rope to like an arrow and fire the arrow. But some DMs are kind of more realistic and go, you don't have twine, you have a rope.
Yeah.
How are you going to and realistically speaking, you
really...
ain't going to shoot an arrow with a rope tied to it.
You're not.
But a javelin?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not like as easy, but like
it's not going to be a perfect. It's not going to be a perfect throw, but it's going to make it like 50 feet better than an arrow. Like so, javelins are way more versatile. I think. I mean, I've climbed with javelins. You just you peg them in, and then you just kind of use them as a makeshift ladder, like on a tree.
I could see that.
So it's like they're just javelins are so clutch. I think javelins are underappreciated. Also, like specific music go with this class. You guys want me to link it?
Specific what?
He says he has specific music for it.
Music, interesting.
Post it in the Discord. I'll have Kage take a look at it real quick.
Yeah,
and then it just depends on like if it copyright and all of that. We don't really necessarily want to play it, but
for sure,
share it in the Discord for us, please. And then we'll take a look at what it is because again, we just don't really know. I mean, we're not really affiliates just yet, and it doesn't really matter. We're not monetized fancy, on YouTube, but I just don't know what we're not really sure where we want to be with that yet as creators. You know what I mean? But I do want to hear it. All right, so good starting equipment. I like the starting equipment. All right, so curtain call and plot twist. This is the one that got my interest already because I like that curtain call and curtain fall we're starting at.
Right.
All right, so curtain call and plot twists. And these were also the extra features that go up every couple levels. He gets more of these, right? These were the curtain call and plot twists. These were the things up here on that you get.
I know plot twists, yes.
And then curtain call 2, 3. Yeah, so...
Oh, okay.
These are things that you generate over time.
That's kind of cool. I didn't realize. All right.
All right. So here we go. Curtain call and plot twists. In battle, you fight with the beauty of a dancer and an artisan. On your turn, you can use curtain call as a bonus action. Using curtain call will turn you into a bloody performer. If you become a bloody performer, you gain plot twist points. The amount changes according to your godly entertainment class, as shown in the plot twist points column of the Godly Entertainer table. You can only consume 3 plot twist points per turn at maximum. You need to do a performance check at the start of your turn to keep being a bloody performer. So
it's almost like raging.
Yeah, so curtain calls, good point. So curtain calls, you get 2 of these. When you curtain call, you gain these amount of plot points. So I guess you get 4 plot points at level 1.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I reread this again. So so if you become a bloody performer by using curtain call, which you can do 2 at level 1, you gain plot twist points according to the level. Okay, so at level 1, you can do curtain call twice, and you will get 4 plot twist points when you do it.
You know what this kind of feels like? This kind of feels like mixing a barbarian and a monk. So imagine these plot twist points are like key points, and you can like spend them to like do different things, but only while you're raging. That's kind of interesting.
And then this one's kind of, so a performance check at the start of your turn to keep bloody performer. So it's kind of like you have to keep it up.
Yes, so instead of like needing to attack as a barbarian,
keep
your rage up, you do your performance to keep yourself in the zone.
Okay. So while on curtain call, you gain the following benefits. You add your charisma modifier to your strength, dexterity saving throws, and strength dexterity checks. Okay, so add your charisma modifier to your strength and dexterity checks and saving throws. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. When you make a melee weapon attack using strength, dexterity, so strength or dexterity, the damage you deal will also be inflicted to enemies 5 feet around the target. Every third attack will do AoE to 15 feet around the target. Holy shit.
So you're like, pow.
So while you're on curtain call, when you make a melee weapon using a strength or dexterity, the damage you deal will also be inflicted to enemies 5 feet. So basically, while you're curtain calling, you attack one person, and then
Anybody adjacent to them.
that's up to 3. That's up to 7.
Well, it should be 8. Well, yeah, not including you.
You wouldn't be you.
Yes.
So it would be the 2 people to your side, the 2 people to their side, the 2 people behind them, and then the person behind them.
Yes.
So that essentially, oh wow,
7 additional
and then
people.
every third attack that expands to 15 feet. Holy shit!
That's crazy.
I see why this could be considered OP. And this is, again, so this is straight up at level 1. So I have reservations. I will say this, as excited as I am, I have reservations immediately because at level 1, we've talked about this. We've talked about the 2 biggest things that this is really touching on is action economy and battlefield control.
Yes.
This, at level 1, is a lot. Now, granted, I'm going to put the caveat in here. We're not talking about a normal D&D game. This isn't meant to go in a normal D&D game. This is a game meant to be played on a much higher plane of existence. Not a higher level, because you're still level 1, but a higher plane of existence. So if we keep that in mind, we have to understand that if this were just a regular class played in a regular game, that right there would probably make this way too OP. To be able to multi-hit right out the gate that devastatingly, and you know 3 attacks, just being like 3 attacks having that big of an AoE, I would be worried. But we're not in a normal gameplay.
I will also say, and we've made this mistake before, there might be limitations to what happens or drawbacks to what happens that very much affect
Exactly.
how powerful this actually is / becomes.
That is just the knee-jerk reaction we haven't gotten forward. So absolutely good point. We're going to keep going. We're not going to dwell on it. I have reservations so far because at level 1, again, without it being you're just dealing with gods, that's a lot. But it's cool. I like it though. I like the idea of like, it's like you're being like, I'm imagining you're being bloodied. So it's like, are you being covered in your enemy's blood? Or are you just starting to bleed from your pores? And then I'm imagining your blood is what's doing, like, blood is like acidic now.
I lightweight imagine, like, when you enter into this, you like take out like a jar of your enemy's blood and you like dump it on your head and you just turn yourself into a bloody performer and you go into this like frantic, not rage, but just this like.
It's also we got to put into mind too. It's like this is a godly like creature because I mean remember you're not just doing additional damage like cleave damage or fall off damage. You're doing equal damage.
Now the question is it the same type of damage? So, like, imagine if I stab the person, I'm doing piercing damage. Do all those other people take piercing damage, or are they taking some sort of, like, force damage that's just, like, affecting them?
The damage you deal will also be inflicted to enemies 5 feet around the target. That is, to me, means no matter what you're doing
That means
to
they're
them,
all getting stabbed.
as long as it's melee with strength and dexterity. But again, so yeah, if this were just a normal gameplay, that would be way too much right there. But if you're dealing with gods and you're not really meant to be on the mortal level, like consider this as level 1, but this would be like level 20 for the mortals, but it's level 1 for this gameplay almost.
Right.
Like that's almost kind of how I have to go about it, right? It's like it's a whole different playing field. But it does sound fucking dope. I would like to know more about the mechanics. I hope that he goes into more of how that works, like how the damage is transferred. Like, how do you do equal damage to everybody like that? Is it just a whirlwind where you're just cutting through everybody? Or is it somehow, how does it jump from the person? You know, like from that person to the next? Really curious. Maddie Holm is just an old-fashioned stabbing cabin. Yeah, that's just, yeah, it's a lot. I would love to know more about how that works. So I hope that we get into that. Following more for more benefits with Curtain Call, though. So you can change weapons using one plot twist point. If you do, gain 1 extra attack this turn only. So you get 4 of these points. If you build a character like I do, where you have like 9 daggers on you, and you get 4 points, if I could sit there and go, I stab this guy, let go, grab my other dagger, stab this guy, let go, grab my other dagger, and every time I change, I get a new attack. That's how you get your 3 attacks. You use 3 of your points, just change your weapon, and boom, you can get your 3 attacks, which boosts your AoE.
I would say that, I mean, you'll definitely, this feels like a class that's going to get at least extra attack by level 5.
Yeah.
It also,
I think it does, doesn't it? It gets actually a couple because it gets no, it gets the brutal strikes. It doesn't get an
extra attack?
I mean, doesn't need it though. I mean, realistically, no. As long as it puts you next to somebody,
but
it doesn't need extra.
That's actually, honestly, probably why. That's
that's a good balancing point. But yeah, I do like that idea that you burn your plot twist point, and you can switch weapons, and that gives you the extra attack. So again, if you can have enough weapons that you can just sit there and switch, especially like ranged weapons, and you could just like, well, I guess it has to be a melee, so you would have to just be like covered in weapons, but that would be kind of dope. Just instantly get that like 15 foot hit range.
Right.
And then let's see, you can gain 1 extra action for 2 turns by using 1 plot twist point. 1 extra action for 2 turns.
So if I'm understanding that right, then that means I spend 1 plot twist point, and then this turn I get to have 2 actions, and then next turn I get to have 2 actions.
Interesting. And I'm assuming, Hizboar, you intend that to include spells.
It's an action.
Now, the other question is, do you allow, because normally even if people get multiple actions, the rules still state 1 spell per turn, right? Like there is that cap.
It's supposed to be 1 leveled spell per turn. Well,
I think the rules actually, because there are ways to get multiple actions and you still can't cast more than 1 spell on a turn. I think the rules of spell casting, I think 5th edition does specifically cast because technically there is a order of operations, you know, like there's attack, there's the magic phase, there's the movement phase, like there's technically phases. I am pretty sure that based on how spells work, even if you had multiple ways to cast magic, you can still only do 1 per turn.
I'm curious if you find a Crawford ruling on that, because
it's I guarantee if you go either into the player's handbook or the DMG, if you look at spell casting, like the actual spell casting rules,
I do remember that because I've had that conversation a lot.
It's the spell casting rule, the spell casting mechanic itself that limits you to 1 per turn.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure Crawford. I think I've come across Crawford actually confirming it himself.
I'd definitely be curious to see.
But again, it's D&D. You say what you want, right? Like, that's why I like 2nd edition that breaks down the spells into segments, because that's how I allow to understand for multiple spells, because it's not just about your initiative, but if the segments are enough, I'm totally cool with it, right? Because if you get 10 segments for your turn in your round, right? If your round is technically 10 segments of your, you know, part in your initiative, right? If your 2 spells only take like 2 segments each, that's different than one taking 7 segments and the other taking 5 segments. Mm-hmm. There's no possible way.
It's not just a spell. It's like, no, this 5th level spell takes like 9 segments to do, and that 1st level spell takes 2. So.
Exactly, and you only have 10 segments. So guess what? You literally cannot do that. But if you say, hey, I have 2 spells that are under 5 segments each, and I'm like, okay, well, what kind of object? Like, do you need, you know? Then I go into like, well, what kind of material does it have? Like, can you swap out the material quick enough? Can you hold both of them? Like, there's plenty of ways I would go about it, but if it's justifiable, it's justifiable, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the one thing I think 5th edition does a little bit harshly, is they try to balance it out by sticking to the 1 spell. But I think that really does kind of crap out some spellcasters, because I think one of like the biggest ideas is being able to kind of like dynamically manipulate magic a little bit more like that, right? Like a little bit more, even if more spells are reactive. You know what I mean? Like you could
I honestly think more spells should be multi-turn spells. Like I don't know why we don't have like a spell that requires 2 turns to cast or something like that.
Oh my god, yeah, like higher level spells, like bring back the actual concept of what rituals were meant to be. Like multi-turn things.
You gotta actually protect the wizard. Like, yes. You know, like, hey, he's casting this big spell. Like, imagine if a teleportation spell literally took like 3 turns to go off, and you guys were trying to escape or whatever, and you had to protect him for however many turns to get, like, that would be some dope stuff. Like that would, I think that would add to a lot of dynamic gameplay just in general. But And you could, I think it would allow for more powerful spells to go off too, because when you have that cost, I feel like you can balance it out with some ability.
Okay, I'll make sure to notate that, Hizboar. Bye, Maddie. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. If you're still here. Maddie is ditching after some spam. Okay, so yeah, so that is really that is really interesting. So yeah, 2 extra turns, an extra turn for 2 rounds or for 2 turns. But again, if you are able to spellcast, that could be huge. You know what I mean? Do these multiple attacks. Oh no, like when a sorcerer runs out of spell slots, it's spam. Okay, I'm out of spells. I thought you were just showing up to, spam our chat and then just kick off though. My bad. I thought you were just here to have some fun. No, that actually does make more sense though too. Like having the ability to just like spam out all your spells and just be like, all right, I'm spent. I'm gonna go take a nap. That's what I need to do. I need to go nap time.
Right? Exactly.
Didn't even think about it out of context. Oh, that's totally fine because I should have thought about it in context. No, you're fine. All right. And then let's see. Here we go. When you do an attack or damage roll, add your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus to your dice. Oh, dices. Excuse me.
So wait, say that one more time.
When you do an attack or damage roll. So any roll that you're doing attack or damage, you add your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus to your dices, not your total roll. So if you're rolling 2 dice, each one gets these bonuses.
So
this is definitely not a normal gameplay.
Here's my question. Is that in addition to what you would normally get or instead of? Because what that sounds like is, because traditionally speaking, you already add your strength modifier and your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus, which gives you your attack bonus, right?
Right.
This sounds like it's replacing that with a different attack bonus, which would be your charisma modifier, your proficiency bonus.
I think because it's only when you're in curtain call, so it's only when you're curtain calling that you're doing this blood dance. It's only when that's happening, so I think it replaces that with charisma and your proficiency bonus, but it's to all dice. It's each dice being rolled, so if you are rolling multiple dice, like if you're rolling 3d6, each dice is getting both of these bumps, not the total. That's what I think the difference is. Normally, you're right. Normally, it would be your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus to the total. This is to each die. So if you're rolling 66, you're getting 66 plus charisma modifier times 6 plus proficiency modifier times 6.
So here's my other question. So when we're talking about this, if we look back up at the top, it says you add your charisma modifier to
strength and dexterity saving throws and checks. So anything that's a strength check, dexterity check, or strength and dexterity saving throw.
Right. So you would just add your charisma modifier on top of that.
Yes, add that to those checks. Now, this one is when you're doing an attack or damage roll.
Now, but if we keep going down to like the very second one, it says you have advantage on strength checks and dexterity saving throws, and then one more, it says
when you make a melee attack using strength and dexterity, the damage you deal will also be inflicted to the enemies.
So, does that mean that these attacks are no longer being done with strength or dexterity? Does it mean they're being done with charisma instead?
No, I think the attack is still happening, because these are saying that your attack is still happening, right? So you take an attack roll with strength, you're going to get advantage on that attack roll.
But that's so the question is, when it says when you attack, add your charisma modifier and your proficiency bonus. So if I'm adding my charisma modifier and my proficiency bonus instead of my strength modifier and my proficiency bonus, or instead of my dexterity modifier and proficiency bonus, then it would make sense that I'm no longer attacking with strength or dexterity. I'm now attacking with my charisma.
I think it's supposed to be all additive. I don't think there's any replacements here.
So if that's additive, then what you're saying is now I'm adding my proficiency modifier 2 times, and I'm adding my strength and my charisma.
Is that right, Hizboar?
That's what that sounds like.
I read it more as when you're curtain calling, if you make an attack with strength, you're going to get advantage. You'll add your strength mod, you'll add your proficiency bonus, and you'll add your charisma modifier. So here's how I look at it.
Okay.
I'm making an attack with strength. because his board just typed, but I'm not going to look yet.
Okay.
So the way I'm interpreting this is I'm attacking with strength.
You're attacking with strength.
So I'm getting advantage. So I roll 2 dice to get advantage on this strength attack.
Okay.
Now, with that, regardless of the splash damage, I'm just going to do a strength attack. Now, on this strength attack, I'm going to add my charisma modifier.
No.
No, that's a strength saving throw.
My question is, what do you add to your to hit to see if you even hit the target?
You have advantage on strength checks and so we don't get advantage because that's strength checks and saving throws. That's not the same thing as an attack. That's the thing, is these ones, the charisma modifier to strength and dexterity saving throws and checks, I don't think those count as attacks, right?
Okay.
So we're just looking at the attack. So when you attack or damage, if I'm attacking with, even if it's a strength check, I'm still adding my charisma and proficiency bonus to every die I roll. Even if it's a strength attack, I'm still adding those bonuses. That's how I read it.
So again, I would add my strength modifier. I would add my charisma modifier.
So here's how that works. I attack with strength. This attack gets strength and charisma. That's normal. On top of that, it also gets the bonuses, but because they're applied to each individual die. So there's the one to the roll itself, the one that you're talking about, the initial one to the roll, but then there's individual ones to each dice on top of that. That's how I'm reading that. So it's like 2 levels of additive. So let's read what Hizboar says. But does that make more sense?
No, that sounds insane.
It sounds insane, but remember, we're dealing with a god level character. We're not, this level 1 shouldn't be a mortal level 1. This level 1 is like what your level 20 character would run into. And they would say they're a level 1, and you're like, oh, so this is game plus now, right? Like, this is the new reset kind of concept.
Interesting.
This is definitely not meant for you to make a party and go do an adventure in High Point. This is not meant for you to go run in Greyhawk. This is not meant for you to go into 5th edition in anybody's game, right? This is definitely meant for
I mean, just for me personally, even outside of any of whatever game you're playing, just mechanics wise, like, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's just a lot in general to keep track of, to make sure I know what dice is. I'm just trying to make sure I actually have the correct idea of what you're even talking about.
Okay, so basically it is just OP as fuck. Basically, normally if I'm going to attack with strength and I'm not curtain calling, I'm just going to get my normal modifiers. I'm going to get my proficiency bonus and my strength bonus to a normal attack. Once I go into curtain call, once I'm blood dancing, or that's what it is, right? Blood dancing, blood performer. Once I'm in blood performer mode, all of this is just getting added on in excess. Like, this is literally just excessive.
All right, so I'm gonna see if this works real quick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna posit a quick scenario to Hizboar, if this is okay, right? I'm gonna put it in the chat, and then I'm gonna have him as the DM add up what I would get.
Let's do it.
What I would get if I did an attack.
To see if I understand it, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna type it up real quick. You guys can keep going.
As far as I understand,
sling it in the chat.
So as far as I understand, normal attack would get your normal proficiency added and your normal strength. But if this one, you're gonna get your normal strength modifier and your proficiency modifier added to the attack roll normally, right? So let's say let's say I have to roll a 14 to hit, right? Let's just say that's what it's going to turn out to be. So if I roll, I already know I'm going to get a +2 for my strength and a +2 for my proficiency modifier, right? I already know that, right? You're on board with me because that's the standard.
Yes,
that's just the standard, right? Your proficiency bonus,
yes,
and your strength modifier.
And your strength, that's normal. That's base.
So I already know if at ground 0 I need to roll a 14 to hit this guy. Now with my bonuses, now I know on the die I now just need to roll a 10, right? That's how the standard works because I'm getting a +2 from each, the proficiency and the strength, right? So if I roll a 10, I'm going to hit 14, which is going to be hitting the person.
Right.
Just using simple numbers here.
Sure.
So that's how it works. But while I'm curtain calling, that still applies. That's happening already. I need to hit a normal 10. But once I roll that dice, whatever that number rolls before I do my strength modifier, before I do the proficiency modifier, I turn that die into plus my proficiency bonus. So if I roll a 5, I would then add 2 to that and turn it into a 7. And then I would go to my charisma modifier and go, oh, that's a +2. So I turn that 7 into a 9. The dice get those bonuses, right? Now that the dice has quote unquote been rolled.
Yeah, let me finish writing this out. Because
it's complicated, but that's
this is why I want to see the math added out on the.
You're absolutely fine with that, and I think that's what's happening here. I think the thing is the charisma bonus and the proficiency bonus added to the dice themselves. I think those happen first. You roll the dice and imagine the dice magically rolled higher by those 2 numbers. Then you do your normal proficiency add-ons to the number as a whole. It is fucking a lot, though. That's a lot of math. And then we're going to read the last one here while you're still typing that out. So you can use a plot twist point to gain your hit dice plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus in amount of temporary hit points. Which I like that that's temporary hit points.
I do like that.
I actually really, really like, even at this high a level, it's actually really good to see that there's temporary. This might be one of the more difficult homebrew reviews we've done because this isn't a standard gameplay. You know what I mean? Like having to formulate that this isn't meant for a standard game is going to make this really hard. But it is going to be really interesting because I haven't had a lot of people game in the higher levels of high points. So this is definitely making me think on those terms, and I haven't done that in a while. I think Dovd is probably the closest to really having that high level gameplay. You've done the most on the highest level. All right. And then Hizboar, you said that you took this part out. So originally you edited this out. So originally you said that when you were out of plot twist points, you can make a performance check instead. I agree about taking that out. I think that the capping at the plot twist points, I think is imperative to this build. I think that by taking that away, you kind of render them useless, as in like they're just freebies until a certain point. But I think that's what really makes the challenge of using this character. It would make it much better, because if I know that once my plot twist points are out, it's just a roll. If there's no downside to me missing that roll, I'm just going to spam it until I can do it permanently and forever. So I 100% agree with you taking this out and capping your plot twist points at just your plot twist points. I agree with. You almost done?
I'm about to post it.
Okay.
I'm about to post it.
You're posting it in Twitch, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Hizboar, get ready. You and I, we're gonna do some math together. I'm going to do the math that I think is what you're saying,
right, so,
and then you're going to do the math that is actually there.
I wish it would put it on separate lines. Now it's just a whole bunch of gobbledygook. I only gave you 3 stats, strength, dexterity, and charisma, because those are the only ones we're really talking about.
Don't worry. Okay, so your strength is 18, your dexterity is 14, your charisma is 16.
Yes. Okay.
Now,
those are
you
your
attack
stats.
with your great axe and roll a 12.
I attack with a great axe and I roll a 12.
Are you curtain calling?
What's that?
You're curtain calling.
Yes, I'm in curtain call. For theory's sake, I have all the things that I need, and we're also going to say that my proficiency bonus is a +3 at this level.
Okay. So, and proficiency bonus is +8. So, the way I see that is the die is a 12. So, with the proficiency bonus and the charisma, the new die would equal, let's see, so your charisma is a 4. No, your charisma is a +3. Your proficiency is a +3, right? So new die is an 18, and then it would be 18 plus no, because normally you said it would be a strength, right? So it would be 4,
Great axe
5,
would be a
6,
strength.
7,
Yes.
8, and 9. And then so it would be 19 plus your charisma, which is 3 plus 6. So I'm just going to say that's plus pro and charisma plus proficiency of 3, charisma of 3, 9, 10, 15. So that's how I imagine it, right? Because again, you rolled a 12. So the first while you're blood performing, right? While you are in curtain calling, the first things that happen, because each die you roll get these bonuses, right? The charisma and the proficiency bonus happen to every die you roll. So
I rolled a 12 and my total is a 25.
Because you rolled a 12, right? But the die itself gets the charisma and the proficiency bonus. The die itself gets that. So that becomes a 19. So the die itself is a 19. Then you apply your normal proficiency and well, it should have said strength bonus, right? I think I might have done those backwards, but the idea is that the dies are what get a bonus, but you still maintain your attack bonus.
It would, in this particular case, the charisma would probably be a strength.
I think I mistyped.
So let me actually confirm, because Hizboar says it would be a 25. Hizboar, is that charisma score supposed to be there, or should that be a strength score?
I mistyped. No, I mistyped.
If it should be a strength score, then it should be a 26. That's why I'm asking.
No. My first one, that 19, takes that into account because it's 12 plus your strength of 6. All right, no, okay, I think I did that.
Because I thought you were changing the die with charisma, not with strength.
I know. I think it's because of the way that yours is written and the way I was trying to write it. Because, yeah, so the die is 12, right? So the first things that would happen would be your die gets your charisma and your proficiency. So that's 3 plus 3. So it gets a 6. So that would be an 18. And then your 18 would get another 3, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then a plus 6, which would be 27. Because your strength would give it... No, your strength gives it a plus 4. So no, 25. 25. It's still 25.
So it would still be 25. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I messed it up.
That's exactly what I needed to know.
It is
That's
just
exactly
all
what I needed
stacks.
to know. Okay.
So 12 plus 3 plus 3, because those are the two proficiencies.
I had to
and then
see
plus
it.
4 plus 2, which is the strength. Yeah.
Yep.
It's fuck yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's a lot of math. It's a crazy build.
Wait,
but,
where's the 2 coming from? The 4 plus 2?
I think he mistyped. I think he just mistyped.
Okay, perfect.
None of us were expecting math today.
I'm on track today. I'm on track.
The only thing that it could really benefit from is just like we see in the books is an example.
Mm-hmm.
Like
yeah,
actually
exactly.
having it like this missed out. Hey, don't worry, man. Don't worry. It's 8:30 here p.m. So
yeah.
I mean, we're getting to the end of the day. It's fine. But okay, so we're all on the same page. Though.
Okay,
the math does work. It's just
it.
a lot. Okay, and then he did take this out, like I was saying, that you once you've used your plot twist points, you're out. Before he had it to where you could continue doing that stuff if you made a performance check.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, what you're saying is like once you use your last plot twist point, your rage ends. Your curtain call mode ends, and you can no longer. And you're just back to being a regular.
No, you can still be in curtain call. You just don't have any of. You just can run out of your plot twist points to use. So what he was saying is like, so right here, like, you can use a plot twist point to gain your hit points back, right? So let's say you have 4 plot twist points. I can do this 4 times. Once I'm out, originally he said if I wanted to keep doing that, I could make a performance check and do it again, as long as I succeeded.
Oh,
he's taken that out.
Got it.
So once I've used my plot twist points, I can't keep doing that.
Got it.
And I say that that's a good thing. I think that is what helps make this character challenging to use, because if I knew that I just get 4 freebies and then I can just spam out performance points, especially if there's no like downgrade, if there's no reason that if it just doesn't work, why would I not just constantly spam it?
It's Like
it's
basically just saying you get 4 for free, then you got to pay for the rest.
And he already has it to where you get unlimited at level 20. So there's already a concept of that would kind of diminish the unlimited aspect if my performance check is my unlimited. So I agree with that removal. I guess he just didn't save it before we got to it.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. No, I'll make sure I add that in there then. Let me actually.
And then, so this is interesting. So your curtain call will end 10 minutes after you are out of a battle. Okay, so not after 10 minutes, just 10 minutes after battle. If you get into a battle within 10 minutes after your last battle ends, the effect is reset and starts again. It ends early if you were knocked unconscious and don't have a plot twist point. Ooh, okay. I like that.
Okay.
That's kind of good. I like the aspect that you can get knocked out and it's done, but I like the aspect that a plot twist point can bring you back. If you do have at least one plot twist point, you will gain 1d8 plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus hit points and come back to your senses. If you come back to your senses this way, you will lose one plot twist point. Oh, yeah, you'll have to lose the one that you have. You can also end your curtain call on your turn as a bonus action. If you do, all enemies that are in range of 30 meters... Wait. You can also end your curtain call on your turn as a bonus action. Okay, you can end it. If you do, all enemies that are within 30 meters of you will take damage equal to all of your arrows, darts, and javelins combined damage in your inventory. The arrows, darts, and javelins will vanish from your inventory. So if you're doing curtain call and you come out of curtain call, you essentially like explode like a fragmentation grenade with all of your ammo.
Get the front. Oh Lord.
That's insane.
All right.
So one thing I would suggest here. So first suggestion. First time I'm gonna throw out a high point suggestion here. My interpretation, especially because of how high level this is supposed to be, like in terms of like gameplay wise, not necessarily high level, but high level gameplay. What I would do is if you're knocked unconscious, and you have plot twist points, like if you're knocked unconscious, you end your curtain calling. I think that's great. But what I say is if you have plot twist points, it is not as long as you have one and you spend one. I would say if you're knocked unconscious, if you have any plot twist points left, all of them are used, and you get a D8 per which one is used. So if you have four plot twist points back, you're gonna get knocked unconscious. Your curtain call goes away. You'll spend all four, but you're gonna get 4d8 plus your charisma plus your proficiency 4 times. So you're still gonna get those 4 times, but it's going to like essentially it's kind of like a not a get out of jail free, but it's kind of like a second wind.
Would you say that it knocks you out of your curtain call?
Yes.
If you use those to...
No, this isn't a choice. My thing is if let's say I'm curtain calling and I have, let's say I'm up in level and I have 5, I have
plot twist points.
I have 5 plot twist points and I'm curtain calling and I get knocked unconscious. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be a choice. I hit the ground, I'm done curtain calling, but I immediately pop back up with 5d8
hit points
plus 5 times my charisma modifier plus 5 times my proficiency bonus. Because it's 1 for each die.
Okay.
1 for each plot twist point. Because it's a 1d8 plus your charisma plus your proficiency bonus. But I think it shouldn't be a choice. It should be all of your plot twist points are immediately used. You come back with that much life, which I mean could be anywhere from half to maybe a little bit more than half. But you're done curtain calling. You can't curtain call anymore. You're done with the points. But you are back in this battle with a fuck ton of health, and you're ready to go. That, I think, fits more in line with this character build, because especially with what we're thinking here, with how much damage you're putting out, think of the enemies you're going against. There's no way coming back into battle with 1d8 plus 3 plus 3 is going to matter.
Hold on. So this class... We looked at it earlier. Right now, you start off with how many plot twist points?
2.
Or
4.
And how many times can you curtain call?
2. Two curtain calls, 4 plot twist points.
Can you curtain call if you don't have any plot twist points?
I think you can. I don't think it takes, or let me double check. So curtain call in battle, you can curtain call. Using curtain call will turn you into a bloody performer. Become a bloody performer, you gain plot twist points. No. So that's the idea: is you curtain call, and that's what gains your plot twist points.
So does that mean if you say I curtain call for the first time today, and I got all 4 of my plot twist points, and I immediately go down, I expend all those 4 plot twist points.
You get your life back.
I get my life back, but I'm done curtain calling. But then I can do another curtain call,
absolutely,
and I'll get 4 more points.
Exactly.
Got it.
But
okay.
See, that's where I say
that I just wanted to make sure I understood that mechanic right.
Yeah, and that's where I think that's why I think it shouldn't be you come back and only expend 1 of your points. I think you should get knocked out of curtain call because you have others. But I think because you had all of those plot twist points and they're going to go unused once you're done curtain calling. That's why I think it shouldn't be I get to use as many as I need to. I think they all get expended. And hell, you can even put in a thing where if it gets you over, I mean, if for whatever reason that calculates to more than your max health, HP. Maybe you get some temp HP. But I don't think that that's actually a bad thing, because based on how this is progressing, I mean, if you think about it, at level 10, that's only 6. That's 6d8 plus 6 times, I mean, 6d8 plus 6 times 3 plus 6 times 3. So, 6d8 plus 18 plus 18. You know what I mean? Would that be the max hit points of a level 10 person? Like a level 10 fighter?
68 plus what?
So it's 6d8 plus 6 times, let's say 3, like the average bonus, right, for charisma, and the average.
6 times 3?
Which is 18.
Okay.
So plus 18 and then plus 18 again for the proficiency bonus.
All right.
So 6 times, so 6 times
6 times almost 40.
And then what's the average hit points of a level 10?
Level 10.
That's like 80, 90 points, right?
Yeah, I'd say something around there.
So that's perfect. If if they were at max plot twist points,
68?
and we're 6d8.
So I just rolled for that. I got a bunch of 2s, ended up a total of 57 points I got back.
And then plus 18 twice.
That's including that.
Yeah, so that right there, and if your average is 80 hit points, that's almost back up to full, but not quite, right? So it's not like you're getting to reset the battle, but you've been knocked out, you get a refresh. It kind of goes in with this idea that, you're a godly creature, right?
You're going to get between 40 and 60 hit points back.
I feel like that not only follows suit with how powerful this thing feels, but again, I'm trying to imagine how this thing is built. Imagine the encounters you're doing. You're not doing onesie twosies. You are probably fighting mobs. You are probably fighting beasts of characters. If you're able to put out this much damage, you're not fighting CR1s. I'm just saying, right? Like, you were putting out way too much damage with that. You're having way too much health. So coming back to a battle with 1d8. So let's say at max, you're getting 8 plus 3 plus 3. So you're getting 8 plus 6. I mean, you're getting 13 points of damage, or you're getting 13 health points back. You're going to be down in the next hit. There's no way you're surviving that. But if you're getting knocked out of a crucial aspect like this curtain calling, I think it would be awesome to not only get, not just not winded, you basically get it slapped off you. Like, you basically get the rage bitch slapped out of you, but then you just look back at them and just go,
oh, really?
Round 2. Because you're back, you have all that health back. That right there could just be, I do kind of like that vibe this character needs. Because it just feels like you're devastating the enemy, and they think that they have the upper hand, and then you just look at them like, oh no, we're going for round. And then imagine your next turn, you curtain call again, and they're like, not again. And then Hizboar, that makes sense. Can we type this on Discord so I don't forget? Yeah, would you mind making a note for him, or making some notes that we can post in Discord?
Sure.
He would that particular note. He would like the idea that if you get knocked out, force expend all plot twist points to be a 1d8 each, with the bonuses.
Yep.
And then just do that instead when they get knocked out. So he just wants that note real quick.
Got it.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll go ahead and post that in the DC for you. No problem. So that's so far my only critique. Like again, I'm hesitant because I'm still, even in high point, I know where this would fit, but it's just it's great, but it's very hard to not look at this like as just being way too OP. But it's not the normal first level, right? It's not a normal first level character, so I have to really approach that. Also, ending on the curtain call is like an encore, and bowing to the gods and everything explodes when you bow. Oh, that would be kind of cool too. So it's like at the end of your curtain call, you bow, and then just all that shit just explodes from you.
Imagine if you like time it right, and so like right when like the very, very last wave of enemies is coming, and just like, all right, and they are all like running in at you at the very last second, and then you just bow, and then they all just.
I got it.
It's literally done. I'm like,
I got it. No, bro, you don't get it. I got it. I know the bet. I know how this is supposed to be used. No, dude. So this right here, because you're talking about like a high level campaign. You're talking about like a lot of diplomacy, a lot of back. I mean, you're talking about gods, right? In my opinion, that means you're dealing with like a lot of, just a lot of interweaved interplay, right? Like lies, deceit, the whole gambit, right? Because I mean, gods are just deceivious creatures. So imagine you infiltrate somewhere No combat, no nothing. You get in somewhere. Let's say you get the attention of a rival king or a rival, like maybe the leader of a rival temple, for a rival god. And you somehow be able to worm your way in over time as an entertainer and say that you have this like unique, far away land that no one's ever heard of, right? Like you're a traveling spectator or you're a traveling, entertainer, and you have this blood dance that you can show people, right? And so you kind of you do a multi-class, right, into like what's the dancing fighter that you can do? Like isn't there like an actual like a fight dancer?
There's a bard that has like a.
So imagine taking that and then this, right? And so imagine being able to work this curtain call into your performance. And normally you could even do it to where it's like the performance you have like makeshift darts that are all like flowers and stuff, so it still like goes out but doesn't hurt anybody. Like you can actually make some that are just more spectacle. But I'm just imagining working it into the campaign to where I get audience with like either the BBEG or one of the targets, like someone you have to take down, like someone like, a rival. You get audience with them as an entertainer. And you just work it into where like the ending of your performance, you basically get to like end right in front of them. Like, you just dance around, you just like walk right up to their throne, you do your final dance, and then you bow with ending curtain call. Mm-hmm. But this time, you're fully loaded up with javelins, bolts, arrow. Like you've stuffed your entire outfit to look awesome, but what they realize.
I'm curious if you literally just had a bag of holding with nothing but this stuff in it. If you could walk in there and just
and that's
pop all that mess.
And that's what I'm thinking. Like, imagine. I could just imagine that where you've done this whole campaign where you've just snuck in, and then you pull this performance off. And then as you bow, you just decimate that entire room of onlookers. And you're just like, I just beat the campaign without lifting a finger.
Hooray!
You also take damage by... So you also take damage from the explosion of arrows. I guess...
So you don't want to end early.
Well, because what did it say? It said when you... You can also end your curtain call in your turn as a bonus action. If you do, all enemies that are in range will also take damage equal to all... Interesting. So I'm also curious. You said they will take all damage equal. So do you add up all the damage and then divide it equally among them? Is that you're saying?
Or does everyone take
max damage? That's another thing that I was curious about. Is it equal? Is it
that
divided?
Would definitely decimate the BBEG and everyone in that room.
Yeah, there's a huge difference between divided amongst them and they all take the total. That's definitely something that we would want to know. Okay, excellent. So this is dirty. And then once you use your curtain calls, the number of times shown. So, once you've used out all of your curtain calls, you must finish a long rest before you can curtain call again. Totally understandable.
Legit.
The only thing I would add here is if you want to make this any more challenging, maybe, and especially if you want to make it to where people aren't abusing this. Like if you have a player who is just going to curtain call, like, the people who just go straight into rage. Another option you could do here is you only get one curtain call per long rest. So this could maybe stave off people wanting to do that every single encounter. If you only got one curtain call per long rest, it would give them a reason to maybe go an encounter or two without curtain calling so they could rack up their two before a big fight. That's just another alternative option. I would use max, but it's up to the DM. Yeah. Okay, so he says everyone takes max. He says that's his ruling everyone would take the max amount. I think it would make more sense, especially if it is more of a launching thing. Everyone should take at least a division. If it's 100 points and there's 10 people, they each take 10. But again, it just really depends on how do you want to play it. And again, I think it would also heavily depend upon the setting. You know what I mean? Like what are you actually throwing at this player? And remember, this is just one player. Is this meant for a one-on-one? Is this a player in another party? Because you can imagine how much, how strong the rest of the party is.
I don't know why, but this whole time I've been imagining like a gladiator style tournament where you're coming into like this giant arena being watched by all these gods, being pitted against a bunch of other fantastical creatures, sometimes waves of creatures, sometimes by yourself, maybe sometimes with others, but like this
That could actually be pretty dope.
That's the mindset that I have when I'm thinking of this like godly campaign. I'm thinking like
it would
we're
also
hanging out
make
in the
these
Pantheon with,
powers
like,
so
Zeus.
much more understandable for a why it's so OG, like OP.
Yeah.
For the gods, it's like that. For you, it's a normal world. So your normal world is basically the arena that they're just watching you in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you mean like?
So it's not
I'm walking down to get the groceries, and somebody's like some random animals are coming after me, or like I'm trying to sleep, and
I think it's
potentially
more of the
ninjas come at
setting
me.
his is based in is you're living your life, being an adventurer, fighting things. But for the gods, they're just watching an arena.
So it's like
You were there for their entertainment. You were there to go and destroy these things, but it's not so much a single building warehouse arena. You are in the world that is their arena.
I'm curious with that mindset. Would you say that the power that you are using to accomplish these things comes from these gods?
I would think so. I think that makes sense. Like each god, like again, I would imagine that the mindset of this setting is that you are the gladiator. You are the representative of your god, of a god, and everybody you run into is another representative of some other god. And it's just basically like you are basically just a Pokemon to them. You're walking down the street and they go, oh, there's another one. You go attack him with Thunder Beam, and then you do.
Does that mean that many of these people could potentially be in these situations against their will?
I would think so. High Point, I definitely would. In this particular case, the direction that Hizboar seems to be facing, I think some of this should be against the character. I think some people would be against their will, and some people would accept it, right? Because it's more like it's a class that you're either born with or one that you can multi-class into. So you can make this it's a chosen lifestyle. You can make it to where you made a deal, and part of the deal with this god is that you become his
I'm not gonna lie, this sounds like an epic anime. Like we're describing, like this would be a fire plot for an anime right now.
And then gods place bets, and there's no tomorrow, so gods are just constantly placing bets. The enemies would have some buffs due to bets against you. Okay, so again, it's kind of like you are a god's basically walking around and being like, hey, who wants to send something after my guy over here? My guy can get you. And they're like, oh, really? And so they'll bet against you, and whatever their bet transforms into higher things. So the more notoriety you get, the worse things that come after you, because if you really think about it, you have to get bet against in order to have things fought against you. And the higher opponent you get, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, that's actually really interesting. Like that's kind of a cool way to do it.
This is definitely taking shape in its own little. I don't want to say it's like its own little world, but like its own little like mindset at it. Like it's a very very unique approach to this game.
It's almost like, without it being specifically a one-shot, this is almost like a class designed for a one-shot, or like a series of one-shots, right? Like I could see this class with a couple of others where you would build these parties for these kind of specific campaigns.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So it's not just like a class that's only going to be used once, but I can see this being used in a very specific, like a gaming series of settings. All right, so now we have fighting style. All right, so you adopt a particular fighting style as your specialty. Choose one of the following options. You can't take a fighting style option more than once, even if you later get to choose again. I do like that. Even though I take a different route where I will let people continuously master in something specific, I do kind of like the forced separation, because like we said, that makes this character and this build much more versatile, and kind of forced to be more versatile over time. Mm-hmm. So we have archery from the player's handbook. You get a +2 bonus to attack rolls you make with ranged weapons. You can have blind fighting. TCE, that is...
Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
Cautious. Okay, you have blind sight with a range of 10 feet. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you're blinded or in darkness. Moreover, you can see invisible creatures within that range, unless the creature successfully hides from you. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. It's one of my favorites.
Hizboar says, to be honest, I made the aberration class to be some kind of pet of the godly entertainment. A little creepy, awkward pet that gods also have different pressure points to press against when they target the character. That's interesting.
Interesting.
We'll have to, yeah. And that'd
so
be kind of
it-
cool if that was meant to be played by a player too. Like a player is playing the pet of another player.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like you could go around in here choosing any, like, imagine creating a whole group of classes for this world.
That's what
and
I'm
they could
thinking.
choose from, like, you know, like when you, not to make it more video game, when you choose, you can be like a mage, a fighter, or whatever, but like you have a whole bunch of different versions of things you could be. You could be a monster, you could be an aberration, you could be a godly entertainer.
Yeah, I'm liking this in that set. It would be hard to apply this anywhere else because it would just obviously be too powerful. But from this point of view, it's starting to make a lot of sense. Then we have defense from Player's Handbook, which is while you're wearing armor, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. So this one's really interesting though, because is this meant? So I'm just curious, Hizboar, when you say that they can take this fighting style defense, is this your attempt to allow them to build away from the armorless? Oh, it's for multi-classing. Gotcha. Because I remember this particular class didn't have armor.
Yes.
So this is specifically if you're multi-classing that gives you armor, this is now more beneficial.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Also, all of these here are just very generic. Like when you go to almost any class, if you go to the fighter class, you'll see this exact same list. You go to the
gotcha.
ranger
Okay.
class, you'll see this exact same list. So a lot of these are going to be like the standard choices you get whenever you have the ability to choose a fighting style. But I do agree that some of them might not be fully applicable when it comes to this, again, unless you're multi-classing like
And that's
we're
good to point
talking
out
about.
too. So, and I
Yeah.
do like that this isn't so heavily weighted that you can't multi-class. It's actually kind of almost because there's no subclass. It's almost like it's encouraged
Right.
to multi-class. So you have dueling, which you're able to wield a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, and gain a +2 bonus to damage rolls. That's cool. Great weapon fighting. Roll a 1 or 2 on damage die for an attack you make with a melee weapon you're wielding with 2 hands. You can re-roll. That's always good. Interception. Creature you can see hits a target other than you within 5 feet. With an attack, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage taken by 1d10 plus your proficiency, minimum of 0. You must be wielding a shield or simple martial weapon to use this action. That's actually never a bad one. Interesting. I don't see a sentinel on here.
Sentinel is a feat. Sentinel,
it's not fighting style.
that's
That's
a little
right.
bit beefier.
Let's see. Protection. When a creature you can see attacks a target other than you that's within 5 feet, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the roll. Must be wielding a shield. Man, do those two? I guess those two stack because it's both using your reaction, so you can't really like. Have
You can't do them at the
stacks.
same time unless somehow you get multiple reactions. But technically, if one person had one and the other person had the other, they could use them simultaneously.
Yeah, that's crazy. Superior technique, you learn one maneuver of your choice from those available with the Battlemaster.
Oh.
If a maneuver you use requires your target to make a saving throw to resist the maneuver's effect, the saving throw DC equals 8 plus your proficiency plus your strength or dexterity modifier of your choice. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I do like the superior techniques.
That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know
Tasha's
that.
Cauldron has a lot of cool stuff in it.
I gotta check that out.
and
Drone
then-
weapon fighting? I didn't see that either.
Let's see. You gain 1 superior die, which is a d6. The die is used to fuel your maneuvers. Superiority die is expended when you use it. You regain when you finish a short or long rest. Okay. And Hizboar says the funny thing is he hates maneuvers.
That's funny.
Thrown weapon fighting, you can draw a weapon that has the thrown property as part of an attack you make with the weapon. I do like that. In addition, when you hit with a ranged attack using a thrown weapon, you gain +2 to the damage roll. 2 weapon fighting, you can engage in 2 weapon fighting, add ability modifier to the damage of the second attack. Unarmed fighting, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus your strength modifier on a hit. If you're not wielding any weapons or a shield, you can make an attack roll. The d6 becomes a d8. That's cool. Close quarters shooter. When making Unearth Arcana. When you make a ranged attack while you are within 5 feet of a hostile creature, you do not have disadvantage on the attack roll. Your ranged attacks ignore half cover and 3/4 cover against targets within 30 feet of you. You have +1 bonus to attack rolls on ranged attacks. That's nice. I've never understood why the book ever did that when it says half and 3/4. Like, if it's 3/4, wouldn't you just assume it's 3/4 and everything less?
Yes,
It's always been weird to me. This isn't a comment on you, Hizboar. I've seen a lot of the books do this.
No, that's very much
it's
book
like
terminology.
it's the lower and the higher, and I'm like, yes, that applies. That it means that if I can, like, why would you tell me you can hit them on half cover and full cover? No, fuck. If I can hit them at full cover, I can obviously hit them at half cover. Why would you say? Why would you list both? I don't. And I've seen the books do this. I think Unearthed Arcana does it, and I know second edition has done this too, where they'll name two things, and it's like, bro, one means the other. Why would you? It's just so weird when the book feels like they have to over-explain things for the players who are like, but it doesn't say that. It only says 3/4. It doesn't say half, and it's like,
I feel like they had some weird lawyer look over it, and that was some like generic terminology they used one time.
Because they were wordplay artist rule Nazis.
Exactly. I'm going to trick you.
Like I said, it wasn't a comment on you. I've seen that in the books sometimes, and it always throws me off. Like, why wouldn't you just say 3/4 or less? You could have just said 3/4 covers or less. You can take the Mariner, which is also Unearthed Arcana. As long as you are not wearing heavy armor or using a shield, you have swimming speed and climbing speed equal to your normal speed, and you gain a +1 to armor class. That's cool.
That is cool.
Tunnel fighting. As a bonus action, you can enter defensive stance that lasts until the start of your next turn. While in defensive stance, you can make opportunity attacks without using your reaction, and you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against a creature that moves more than 5 feet while within your reach. Oh, okay, that's cool.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah, so you can just sit there and just like
you get
talk to
unlimited
people.
opportunity attacks, and you get to make an opportunity attack when somebody just moves.
Wait a minute.
If you do combine that with Sentinel, that could be pretty crazy.
Opportunity attacks are still considered attacks, right? Like
Yes.
they don't get defined as anything else, right?
Yeah, that is kind of crazy, especially with the
mobs
stacking.
would hate this fucking character because if one person moved, it's like blah 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 blah. You move blah 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 blah. Because the backsplash. Because if this is correct, right? I take that stance. I take the tunnel fighter stance, and I can make any opportunity attack without a reaction. That means every opportunity attack I make also hits people within 5 feet of that character. So if I'm in a mob and one moves, attacking them does damage to everyone that they're touching. And then on top of that, every third attack. So if it's my turn and I get one attack off, and somehow I switch weapons and get a second attack off, and then before my next turn, someone does an opportunity attack, that's my third attack, which then makes this go 15 feet.
Or just imagine this. You threaten to end your curtain call early. They know what it's gonna do, and like everybody that's standing around you, like they got a bunch of guards standing around you, right? And it'll hurt you, whatever. I don't care, but it'll hurt. It'll probably kill all of you guys. So they all start running,
and then opportunity attack,
and it's free. And then you hit the third one, and then.
Oh man, yeah, and Hizboar does confirm it is intended to stack like this. What we're thinking of is absolutely intentional. Oh wow,
get you some, bro.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around like I have higher level gameplay for like when you reach high levels, when you want to ascend to, immortalhood, when you want to ascend to being a god. If you want to do all those things, there are gameplays, but I'm trying to like really put where would this fall, because this is in that like transition area where you're definitely more powerful than any leveled character, like any standard level character, but you're not really out of the normal, like, because normally what I do is once you've reached like immortalhood, you have a whole new series. Like, so this is almost kind of like what you would represent in High Point as an immortal leveling. So once you like ascend to immortalhood, you're no longer a level 20, level 25, whatever. You were all of that, but now that you're an immortal, that kind of ceases to matter. So now you are a level 1 immortal. And that's kind of what this feels like. This almost feels like what I have as the second, what I would call the second tier of gaming in High Point, because first tier is obviously the standard. But the second tier of gaming, which would be before godhood, but the immortal level, the immortal like climb. That's more what this feels like in terms of the strength, the powers, the abilities, and how it is progressing. But with just how devastating it is, that's definitely where I'm leaning towards. So I see that it has a place, but it's definitely it needs to be implemented very specifically so far.
That's very fair.
Let's see. If we think like Ascension, this would be an Ascended Warlock Barbarian multi-class. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you have a Barbarian Warlock, that kind of makes sense too.
I could see that.
I'd let a normal people have this class if they max level and have only one Warlock Barbarian or Paladin multi-class. You'd let them. So you're saying that instead of like you would just let them have it if they started the campaign at max level and had a multi-class with the Warlock, or if you gave them like a level cap.
I think
only if they didn't respect it.
I think he's saying if there was a player that played all the way up to level 20, he would let them, as a regular player in the regular world, multi-class into this.
So you have to start as a Barbarian or Warlock. If you dedicated yourself to reach level 20, you would then say, cool, you can have this. Which is actually not unlike my Warlock class. My High Point Warlock class.
That's right, you were telling me about that.
To play, like, not every player can just be that. You'd have to basically prove to me that you can do that, but it's the same kind of dedication, right? It takes that dedication to specifically start doing that, because you have to actually get to level 10 in something first before you can even begin. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think that would be appropriate too, because by the time that they have maxed out in that level, this is no longer OP because they're in that 20 plus higher level gameplay. So, Holy Performer. While you are not wearing any armor, your armor class equals 10 plus your charisma modifier plus your constitution modifier. You cannot use a shield. Whenever you deal damage to a foe, you gain 1 AC for 1 turn. Does that stack, Hizboar? Does that also stack? So does that mean that every successful time I deal damage, it's a +1 to AC? Or is that only a one-time deal? Because... And does that... Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta get... Because whenever you deal damage to a foe, you gain +1 AC for 1 turn. So, yeah, no, there is a limit. It didn't say it. Okay, because the way I'm reading that is like, so that means if I hit someone and it splash damages to 3 other people, do I get 3 AC or 4 AC? Or would I only get the 1 AC because it was only the 1? Max AC you can get with it is 30. Okay, I do like the max AC of 30. And does it only apply to the individual I hit, not the splash damage? I would assume it's only per target I focus on, not additional targets hit.
What do you mean?
So, like, if I hit you and you have 3 buddies next to you, all 3 of them will get hit. So do I get 1 AC or 4 AC?
Oh,
I did damage to 4 people.
I would say you hit 1 person, you damaged 4.
Yeah, and he says it's per target you focus on, so splash won't trigger. So I hit you, damaged 4 of you, but I only hit 1 of you.
Yes.
And would you allow this to happen with opportunity attacks, Hizboar? Because that's also another thing to consider is if I have that stance, right? That particular fighting style, and I can have unlimited...
Tunnel fighter, yep.
Yeah, if I can have unlimited opportunity attack... Oh, hell nah. Okay, yeah. I was going to say, because I'm like, if you're sitting there and everyone's giving you opportunity attacks, you're just like, AC, 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 hit me, bitches! So that also doesn't work. You cannot get it... It has to be a targeted attack on your turn, like the actual action attack.
Okay. So... Hypothetically, if you were able to make 3 attacks on your turn, you could potentially get 3 AC.
Yes.
Now, it says for 1 turn. Usually, a lot of the times it specifies whether it ends at the beginning of your next turn, the end of your next turn, or the end of this turn. Like, when will that AC go away?
Yeah. I'm assuming the beginning of your next turn. So it's like basically if you successfully hit 3 times, you get +3 AC. The moment it's your turn again, that because now you're no longer defensive. Now you're in your autonomy.
Yes.
It's kind of, and I would assume it's basically to protect you until you can do something again.
It very much feels kind of like the shield spell.
Yeah. Hizboar says beginning of next turn. Okay. And I think that's actually one of the best, in my opinion, that is one of the best ways to end things. If it's not at the end of the current turn, it should always be at the start of your next turn. I just don't understand why whatever it is you're doing would continue through the next action you take. Like, if you take a fighting stance, once you take a new action, that fighting stance is over. You shouldn't continue to get the benefits of that fighting stance into the action that you're doing, right?
I mean, the biggest ones I know that are like that are stuff like the monk's stunning strike. That continues in the enemy until the end of my next turn. So like they stay stunned, so that way I have an opportunity to actually hit them while they're stunned.
And that contextually makes sense, right? That one makes sense that it's at the end of your turn. But I don't mind. I like the idea that this ends at the start of your next turn because again, it's there to protect you while you literally as a player have no autonomy. Because you have to let your character just sit there. All right. Oath of Perfection. At second level, you can make an oath for one battle per... At second level, you can make an oath for one battle per long rest when a battle starts.
Okay, so like when you're rolling initiative.
Okay, when it's an oath for one battle, it's not for that battle. It's like an oath for a battle. Okay, so you can make an oath for one battle per long rest when a battle starts. If you do, you gain all your plot twist points back and automatically become a bloody performer. If you run or lose this battle, you will lose the curtain call for 12d8 hours. I love it. I love that we finally get a negative.
So wait, one more time. What?
So at second level, at the beginning of any battle, once per day or once per long rest, you can make an oath. At that, when you make an oath, you will immediately get all of your plot twist points back. So if you've expended any, like let's say you've already curtain called twice and you've expended some. That means if I curtain call again, like I guess I would. I don't know how that actually works because every time you curtain call, you get some back. But basically, this is saying that you automatically go bloody, you get all your plot points back. But if you lose it, you won't regain this curtain call for 12d8.
If
hours.
you lose this battle or you
run
away, interesting. So it's like,
so you won't just get it back after a long rest. You'll have to wait the 12 to 8 hours before you can get it back. I'm curious what
that's like not even get it back. That's like use it. You could have one stored up. You just are barred from using it.
Yeah, it's just gonna wait. Yeah, you're just gonna. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, I'm confused on the whole. You get your plot points back because I thought that's the whole idea. But maybe I guess if you're out of curtain calls, maybe that's the idea. Is this one's just you just do this and you get a freebie because
so this feels basically like a free curtain call.
Exactly, that's how I feel.
Like a once a day free curtain call, but with stipulations. Like, yes, you can do this curtain call, but you better not freaking lose.
Yeah, and so it's like, I'm trying to think of when this would be used, because it's basically like, at the start of the battle, you can just instantly go into this and start. So I'm trying to think of, like, how would that be strategically beneficial outside of a regular curtain call?
Mechanically, I'm not sure. Like, the only thing I can think of is kind of narratively, if it's like, hey, maybe I want to place a bet of my own, or maybe my god's like, or whoever's like, I'm fighting for, like, I want to this one's for you, dog, or whatever the case may be, is like, hey, I'm claiming that this is gonna be the one. This is gonna. It's like calling a home run before when you come up to bat or something like that. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from it, but again, I feel like there is a place for maybe because I like the idea of being able to get some of your plot twist points back, like, but. Hizboar says something.
If there's a block on resting or somehow in a situation you can't take your long rest, it's a cheat after you've already used your... Okay, so it's meant to basically be a free curtain call if, for whatever reason, you're in a situation where you haven't gotten to your long rest yet, or you can't. If you guys are like, no, let's push it, we can get there, and you happen to roll the die, and it's like, oh, it's another encounter. This is just kind of a way to be like, you know what? Fuck it. We're getting through this battle. It's the end of the day. We all want to go home.
And we're not pushing anymore after this.
Yeah, and it's like, it's kind of that whole, we got to get this, like, absolutely taken care of. Since gods are bitches, let me allow that. Yeah, since gods are bitches. All right, so that makes more sense. 12 to 8 hours. That basically means up to 6 days. You know?
Yeah,
like it's only
8
like
hours
3 days.
is a day.
It's
yeah,
more, yeah, but yeah, that's quite a bit. You can make you get into some kind of situation. Oh yeah, absolutely. Class is blocked if that happens, but they can make you get into some kind of a situation you can't get into rested. Yeah, and I do like the idea that blocking it is. I'm finally glad that you added something somewhat detrimental to the class as well. Beautiful strike. Starting at second level, when you deal a melee damage. So when you deal melee damage using this skill, you can also use one of your ranged weapons or skills to strike any opponent within 50 feet of you. That's uncapped. So you're just saying that every time I attack, I'm just like, bam, shoot, bam,
when I
shoot,
deal melee
bam,
damage
shoot. So
using
you're doing
this
2 attacks
skill,
per round, or every attack.
You can also use one of your ranged weapons or skills to strike any opponent. Now, here's the deal.
So that's the second attack.
It says to strike. It doesn't say attack. Does that mean like it's just an auto hit? Like they just do damage to that second target?
I think that's a mistype. I think it would just be an auto like attack. I think it's just. I would have to tie. I would have to tie this to a bonus action. For real though, like that's basically every time I hit, I'm doing splash damage to everyone, and I'm doing a ranged attack. I mean, there'd be no reason why you wouldn't do that. And on top of that, you stack that with close quarter shooter, and you don't have disadvantage. I attack you and shoot you.
He says the max was 20 feet.
The cap was 20 feet. And
it was supposed to be, I'm guessing.
Oh, okay. So not within 50 feet, within 20 feet. And yeah, it's an attack. But I still think...
Wait, minimum?
Minimum 20 feet. So you can't shoot the guy right in front of you. You have to shoot minimum 20 feet, not max. Gotcha.
That's what that means.
So within 50 feet, but a minimum of 20. So 20 to 50 feet away, but still, like every attack, you just tink, attack, tink. Like, damn. You would be fucking... I mean, I'm just thinking of, just like, making a ninja with a hand crossbow. You're just running through. Ding, ding,
Bro.
ding, 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 ding.
That would be dirty.
Oh, okay.
Or if just like a pocket full of shurikens.
Right.
I got a pocket
Play
full of
dead. When you reach third
shurikens.
level, you can dramatically drop dead, and after 2 turns, come back with half your hit points restored to a surface you can step on within 50 feet of your allies. If there are no ally, you come back within 30 feet of one of your foes. You can use the skill once per long rest. Wait, okay. You can drop dead. Dramatically drop dead, so you can play dead. After 2 turns... So, like, you're actually essentially dead. Like, it's not just at any point. You actually are, like, plain dead for 2 turns. Your hit points are restored. Half your hit points are restored. So, it's actually a heal. So, it actually heals you. And then, to a surface you can step on. So, if you're, like, moved within those 2 turns, you're, like, I'm not really...
Hit points are restored to a surface you can step on.
And if there's no ally, so I think this is just mistyped. So I think the idea is that you dramatically drop dead. You are now incapacitated for 2 turns. You're healing, you're meditating, you're doing whatever.
You're
right?
in trance or something like that.
Trance,
Almost like feign dead.
Yeah, it's basically feign dead for 2 turns. You are able to restore up to half your hit points. So if however less than half, if you're over half, you probably don't get any back. But you're also, the part that I'm confused on is you're returned to a surface that you can step on within 30 feet. So does that mean that this can save you from drowning? Like if you're pushed over a cliff, can I just do this? And even if I were to fall in water or die, I would just magically appear safe? Like, because that's what I'm trying to get at, is why would it move me to a surface I can step on if it's not meant to, like, allow them to move? Like, I feign dead, and the idea is in 2 turns they're going to, like, drag my body and, like, bury it or throw it into a river. So this will magically make me appear safely somewhere. So the gods, so patrons panic. Oh, okay. So
it's like their gods like pulling them out of whatever jam that they're in. So you feign
death, and whatever happens in those last moments, it's basically... So it's almost like what's actually happening is like feign dead, but it's almost like an illusion. It's almost like... what is it? Like... Not time space anchor. There's another one where you literally cast a spell. You basically jump ahead in time, like 2 rounds. So you literally are removed from combat. 2 rounds pass, and then you're put right back where you were. You basically are gone for combat for two or three rounds. You
it reminds me of
disappear.
a Blink, kind of, but not exactly.
Yeah, but this one's designed to take you out. Like, you can't do anything. I think you can see what happens. I think you might be able to move, but essentially it's like you travel time and you get like this idea, but you are basically removed completely from combat. So it's almost like I would like to see that in the background, where it's almost like you play dead, and narratively what happens is your patron rips you from existence. There's a illusion there, and whatever happens after 2 turns from the illusion, your god will put you back with half. Like, that's almost how I'm reading it, because
right.
The idea is, I'm assuming it's meant to save you. So after you're feigning dead, whatever they do to your body won't matter. Like, your body's just...
Because I'm actually curious, could I use this if I was at full health?
Why not?
And if
you
I
just wouldn't
did,
get the hit points back.
Would I come back with full health, or would I come back with half health?
I think it's meant to say you'll heal up to half. So anything, if you're lower than half, you'll heal up to that. I think that's what it's meant to say. I don't think
it's going to put you down to half.
Yeah, I don't think it would take. I mean, that would actually not necessarily be the worst thing, because that would be the balance against just using this to do whatever whenever.
I mean, imagine when you get ripped out of your body, it kills you. And then this god just puts you back in, and you only get half back.
That's true.
So using it costs you however
many times you can come back to life. Oh yeah, so even Hizboar saying, yeah, you do come back with half. So even if you were at full health, you would come back with half.
Okay. So no matter what.
Yeah, so he is saying that you do come back with half if you use this. And it's just so interesting too, because I'm like, I'd almost want this to be a little bit more detailed, where it's like, you can play dead. If you were to sustain any damage, or any damage sustained within 2 turns, is ignored. Kind of like what it implies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if your body were to be placed in an unsafe location, it will be restored to a place that you can safely escape, or at least move around, right? But I would almost like a secondary option where it's almost like you can also use this, and if no damage is done, or if it's done out of combat, you can basically like essentially look dead for up to a certain amount of turns. And then it's almost like that half life is because you were dead. You literally, like, your body dies. So that's literally like the degradation to your body for feigning dead. Like the blood loss, the blood.
I could see that.
So that could be a better thing, but it would be kind of cool to be like, I can feign dead to, like, let's say I wanted to hide in a morgue, or I've been playing a lot of Hitman recently, but let's say you wanted to like get in somewhere. So you feign dead, have your buddy put you in a coffin, and then it looks like you're dead for that long. And that's why you have the half hit points. But you won't be teleported because I'm moving you safely. Like, you're not taking damage. Whereas the other part of the spell would be, if done in combat, anything that happens to you, or if you're moved, it'll be okay.
Well,
right?
So according to current mechanics, this is only going to last for 12 seconds.
The 2 turns, yeah.
The 2 turns.
That's what I'm saying. The second one out of combat would be cool if it lasted like
right.
an amount of time. So this is a more powerful spell in the sense that you could use it at a detriment to yourself to maybe get in somewhere, hide, but at the end of the day, it's really going to be meant for preservation.
Interesting.
And then, yeah, whatever situation happens, it won't matter. Okay, yeah, so yeah, you come out with half. Okay, cool. But yeah, play dead. That's an interesting one. I do kind of like that. Just that.
I do like that idea very much so.
Ability score improvement. So at 4th, 8th, 12th, 16th, and 19th, you can increase an ability score of your choice by 2, or you can increase 2 ability scores by 1. As normal, you can't increase an ability score above 20. Hizboar, with this one, would you allow the player to forego their ASI for a feat?
I was just about to ask that, because
that's a big deal.
Weirdly enough, like, they usually include that in the text, but with that not in here, that makes me feel like, hey,
I think it would be a smart move to remove that, though, because again, you're really trying to keep this focus on this, and if you were multi-classing, you'd get your feats that way.
If you can't take feats, then you can't take Sentinel.
That's what I'm thinking, and I think that
That's crazy.
I think it works better if you are
I think
mandatory
that's a very
with your
interesting move, and I'm not opposed to
Because
it.
again, this isn't meant for regular gameplay,
Yes.
but it's already pretty strong. Giving them feats anytime they wanted like that could make it way OP. It's only ASI. Good choice. Good choice. I like that. Warming up. Beginning at 5th level, every time you deal damage to a character next... Oh, so at beginning at 5th level, every time you deal damage to a character, the next character you deal damage to will get 1d4 plus your charisma modifier psychic damage. This effect only affects if the characters are dealt damage in the same turn. This effect can stack until the end of the turn. The stack resets. So that's telling me that at 5th level, if I hit someone, I'm going to splash damage that entire amount of damage to everyone within 5 feet. And I'm also going to add a d4 plus my charisma modifier and psychic damage to every single one of those people. Because it says that if I deal damage to a character, the next character I deal damage to will get 1d4. So again, is this one of those situations where it's direct damage? Like it's the direct person I'm focusing on? Only for the duty focus though. Okay. But still, that just means that oh man, you were just stacking damage every fucking like couple levels. You're just adding more damage every attack. You're doing splash damages. Every third round, you're increasing that splash damage. At level 5, you're now giving the second person that you're hitting a D4, psychic damage. You're also getting beautiful. Wait, does that count for Beautiful Strike? Does that mean that whenever I hit somebody and use Beautiful Strike, does that Beautiful Strike do the 1d4 psychic damage?
If you hit the person before you, probably.
Right? Like Hizboar, would that work? So I attack someone in front of me, and I get to use my my Beautiful Strike to hit someone who's 20 feet away from me. Does that person 20 feet away from me? Because warming up doesn't specify melee. You don't specify melee. You just say that every time I deal damage to a character, the next character I deal damage to will get the 1d4. Yeah, it stacks. So in this particular case, if I hit you and then I go and shoot the guy that's 20 feet away, he gets an additional 1d4 plus my charisma modifier.
At the end of warming up, it says this effect can stack until the end of your turn. Does that word stack mean chain? I'm guessing it means chain because it's not going to be stacking the damage, meaning it's going to be multiplying every single time.
No, but it will change. So essentially, so if I attack you, so you're in front of me, and I got a guy way over there. Mm-hmm. I attack you, right?
Hit me first,
and then I get to shoot that guy over there.
Shoot that guy over there.
If I let go of this weapon and pull out another weapon, which there is an ability I can do that with for free, mm-hmm. I now get another attack.
Yes.
I can stab you again.
Yes.
And then I can shoot again.
Yes.
And then I can pull another weapon.
Yes.
And I could just keep doing that. And so that's where the stack happens, is I can just keep every single time I do damage to someone. It's not an extra attack. It's just an auto.
As long as you're like rolling to attack them, rolling to hit them.
Yes.
Then you can do that damage to them.
Yeah, so it changed since it's only the next one. But yeah, if you can, because technically there is no Beautiful Strike is when I deal damage, you can do a ranged attack. And I forget what was the one where it said, oh, it's if you're raging or if you're curtain calling, you can spend a point to change weapons and then get an extra attack.
Yes.
So it's like adding all of that up. You were literally just a flood of damage. You were just flooding damage out on the battlefield.
At the beginning, you will only have so many of those.
But at level 20,
level 20, like Lord.
There's unlimited. You have unlimited points, dude. You are literally just.
Here's the deal. That's level 20 Godly Entertainer. Now, Godly Entertainer all by itself is supposed to be its own version of level 20, so that's technically a level like 40.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's
so, like,
way different.
You the fudge up there when we talking about being able to have unlimited plot points to just. But I can switch as many weapons as all I.
This would be so like I don't know how. God, this is just so much math. There's just like so much constant adding here.
I feel like, wait a second. How does read me how the feature for switching your weapons works real quick.
You can change weapons using one plot twist point. If you do, you gain one extra attack for this turn only.
How many times can you use that per turn? It technically doesn't
You can
say.
you can change weapons using a plot twist point. Period. The moment you have plot twist points, as long as you have another weapon to switch to.
Okay,
as long as
what defines having another weapon to switch to?
I mean, I think
Are all the weapons I dropped at my feet options for me?
Well, I think because the idea is you have to be able to realistically like draw it, and some weapons you can't technically draw like freely. So that, like picking up a weapon, you could say, well, that's not drawing a weapon. But what would be funny is if I'm standing face to face to you and I've stabbed you, and then I pull out another dagger and I stab you, and I pull out another dagger and I stab you, you're within 5 feet. Can I just pull out one of those daggers and call that a new weapon?
because I'm thinking if you genuinely depending on how this works, once I do get unlimited, I could do this an unlimited number of times during my singular turn.
But again, it's only if you have a new weapon to pull. So technically, if you were to say that once you've used a single weapon, that weapon's gone. So if I stab you with a dagger, I can't get that dagger back.
Okay.
So it would be capped at how do you justify unique weapons? Like you have all of the points that you want, but that's still that. But here's the other thing though. That means that if I have 2 swords,
arrows. What if I want to stab you with a quiver of arrows? And I just say each arrow, and I got.
If you can do it,
you know those bottomless quivers you can get.
If you can do it, if you can pull it off, I don't see why not.
Like I will have eternal turn.
Bro. I was gonna say the bottomless quivers usually just replenish up to a point, but that actually sounds really interesting. So what if you're wearing a like quiver of holding or a bottomless quiver and you end curtain call?
I would think it explodes. It's got to blow up.
So normally what I think happens is, so I normally don't think of an endless quiver as it has one arrow in it that just infinitely repeats. I always imagine they look like a full quiver, and they always just look like a full quiver. You pull one, but you don't ever pull one out. It looks like a full quiver. So I would imagine that if a quiver holds 25, you get the max of a normal quiver. Now, granted, once you explode, you still have all of those arrows with you.
Yeah.
Because the whole point is you're supposed to lose them all. If you have a quiver of replenishing, maybe it expends it. Maybe you have to go get it recharged or something, because maybe that's like, I don't know. But it would be interesting to know, like,
what happens.
How do you? Yeah. Oh man, wait a second. He said, okay, Hizboar, is ending curtain call? It's meant to toss out all ranged ammo, right? It says darts, javelins. So the arrows, darts, and javelins. That's all it is, right? It's not all ranged ammo. It's just those 3. Is it just arrows, darts, and javelins? Okay, just those 3. I was gonna say, because what if I just started carrying a bunch of pouches with bullets from slings, like sling bullets,
bro?
So I was basically a walking claymore. But it's only arrows, javelins, and darts.
Right.
But still pretty fucking hilarious. Okay. Let's see here. So no shame. Starting at 5th level, your speed is increased by 15 feet while you aren't wearing any armor.
That's pretty fast.
Dude, you are literally a flood of damage. That's all I'm imagining is you walk onto the battlefield and you are just a wave of damage across the battlefield, man. I really want to see, like, I want to know more about the history of what the setting is here. Hizboar, if you have anything written up on
this would be
a location,
an actual beautiful
a one shot. If you have anything about
showcase.
Where you made this for, like what I want to know more about the world that this is in. If you have anything written up, please submit that, because I really just. Again, it's hard not to just call this too OP, because I understand that it comes from a specific setting, and I have to understand, like, approach it from high points like, immortal setting. But I want to know more about the world that this person lives in and what it looks like, how it feels, how it actually games, right? Like, how does this actually work through a gaming level? Because this is fascinating, but I want to know, because really the balancing is going to come from the DM and the encounters, right? There's no more balancing this character anymore. Like, this character, let's face it, is so unbalanced, but it's because we don't have context of the world. It's unbalanced. If you were to throw this in any normal game, nobody would accept it. But that's not where it's meant to go.
Right.
And so I really want to just have a better understanding of what are some of the other Like, we're going to see another class, but I want to know, like, what does the BBEG look like? What does a standard encounter look like? What does an interaction with the gods look like? I just want to get a better feel for, like, what is a standard gaming session? Because this fascinates me, but it's hard to know. Like, at 5th level, getting 15 feet extra movement, like, what is this? What kind of combat are we doing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm so fascinated. I can write whenever you guys, if you were interested, please do. Yeah, please submit anything on the lore of this place. Need to send you an example folder. Well, if you depends on what you have. If you want to submit, like, if you have documents, you can either. I don't know if it would go in submissions. I mean, we could just talk about it in homebrewing, just in general, just the homebrewing channel. You should have access, like, you should have you should have role access to add, like, files. So if you have, like, a document or something, you should be able to post that in the Discord.
Yeah, well. The documents I've gotten from Hizboar so far have been,
yeah. So
documents.
We should be able to break it out like that too. To be honest, I would make the play like this: 1 player as the godly entertainer, 1 player as aberration, and the rest as gods. Oh, interesting. So, like, some of the players are the ones that make the bets with whatever mechanic they have, and that tells you how to set up the encounter. Okay, so some players are helping or hindering the other 2 players that are playing the entertainer and the aberration. So the entertainer and the aberration go hand in hand because it is supposed to be a pet.
That is a very interesting like, game style.
I like that.
That's
like
very
that concept.
Because even, like, the other players, while they're not, like, players,
but they have their own agendas.
Exactly.
They have their, they could have a reason to want to help or stop the actual players that,
it
from
could
doing
get people
things.
that might not be into the actual aspect of it, but more into the politics of D&D, into, like, just engaged into the game.
Yeah, the bets and stuff would be a lot of fun. No, that's actually a really cool approach to gameplay. I like that because it really gives players the ability to feel like they have the DM's power without having to have the DM's responsibility.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, I would definitely like to hear more, though. If you have anything written up, please send that over to us. All right, so now we are at 7th level, backstage. By 7th level, you are the main character, and you hate people that try to steal your spotlight. For every character that goes before you during a battle, you gain +1 to your damage rolls. That's kind of dope. Like, you just get pissed off every time someone goes before you.
How dare you upstage me, you bastards.
This, I think, this is actually a good intersection because this is, I think, a good representation of why I think they need to bring back dynamic initiative. Because imagine if you're playing this and you only roll that 1 initiative and you're last in initiative. That means you're always going to get, what, a +9? You're always gonna, or however many people are on the battlefield, like, I get all plus
Very
all of
much
that.
So.
But it's like if it was dynamic, it would shift, right? One round you'd get +1, one round you get +5. Like it might just seem a little bit better, but that has nothing to do with what Hizboar's write-up is.
Genuinely, I love the concept of dynamic initiative. I just played a game recently that used it. The only problem I have with it is depending upon, like, the type of game you're playing, it can just make combat take longer.
Yes,
because then
100%.
every time you're starting over and nobody remembers who they're after. Because, like, a regular initiative, I know I'm going to be after you every single time. So that means when you're going, I'm preparing my turn type deal.
I 100% agree with you on the faults there, or at least on the trials. I have experienced that as well as a DM, and I say full-heartedly, knowing that that this also applies to me, that's always the DM's fault. Like, I am wholeheartedly believe that when it comes down to keeping track of initiatives, it's one thing to keep players engaged, and it's hard sometimes when combat goes a long time, and I get that players can't always keep track of everything. I get that. But I would say that just my own faults for having my own like struggles with it. I blame myself, and I just, in games that I've been in, I really just put that more on the DM of just being more aware of how to better keep everyone aware of what's going on, right? And keeping track. And there's the thing is I think too many DMs, in my opinion, the way I've seen DMs like track initiative a lot of the times is no one, like, everyone's trying to do it in a way that they think works, but no one does it in a way that works for them. Like, they're always like, no, this makes sense. And it's like,
but why are you having struggles with it? Like, if you've ever been there where you're with DM and they're like, this is the process, this makes sense, and you're like, but why are you having so much trouble with it then? Like, why am I knowing more about the initiative order than you, DM? Like, as a player, I shouldn't know the initiative order better than you, but I'm keeping track of it and you're not. And it's like, that means that your system isn't working. Like, you need a system that works for you. And that was my problem. I kept trying to be like, no, I'll write out all the initiatives and then I'll write out everyone's name and therefore it makes sense. And it's like, that doesn't actually make sense to anybody though. Like, that doesn't work when no one's looking at it or when no one's paying attention, right? I've seen so many different ways for initiative tracking to work, right? One of my favorites is literally just calling them out. Like, okay, who rolled a 9? All right, who rolled an 8? Mm-hmm. Anybody roll a 7? Like, that's easy. Like, everyone just has to remember their number.
I had a DM who would have everybody write their characters' names on a little piece of paper, like that's folded in half on both sides, and then he like literally sets it on the top of his DM screen, and he like slides them over when it's your turn, so you can like sit there and like visually see what's going on.
Yeah, my favorite is I'll just, what I prefer to do is I just write everybody that's in combat like up on a board. Mm-hmm. And just tell me what your numbers are. You rolled this, you rolled this, you rolled this. I just write all, instead of constantly trying to organize it, just write everyone who's in combat, write the numbers legibly right next to their names. And a lot of times I don't even write out the whole name. I'm like, oh, D, Doft. Yep. C for enemy. Like I just do that, and then I just quick write numbers, and then I just look at the board and go, what's the highest number on the board, or the lowest, whichever direction I'm going that day. But it's like, it's just what's the next number on the board. And to me, that made me so much better as a DM, because it was literally once I learned that was best for me. The name list never changed, the numbers did. So I knew the order of the people. I just needed to find the number. So if someone's like, whose turn is it next? Oh, it's Doft. Like, I just look at the board. Like, to me, that's more on the DM than on the players. But I think the biggest challenge is most DMs find a method, but it's not their method. And I think DMs just need to be okay with the fact that your method may be sloppy for your players, but that's okay. It's more important for you to be on track than them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a player lost track of the initiative, that's fine. You were there to correct them. Like, I just find it where it's like,
and there are a lot of DMs who feel, I don't want to say the opposite, but they're like, hey, if you're not ready to go when it's your turn, then you miss your turn type deal.
I'm fine with that.
And you don't even get to.
I'm fine with that if there's some sort of consistency. Like, if you aren't on dynamic initiative, if you are on static initiative. Hey, if that's your rule, I get it, because guess what? We're 5 rounds into this. You've been the same initiative for 5 rounds. That guy's gone before you 5 times. I fully understand when it's like you should know, but there is a point too where it's like, my biggest thing is like, I don't mind questions. I don't mind like, oh, is it my turn yet, or who's still alive? Because a lot of shit happens. You know what I mean? Like, unless you have a game board and 3D models, it's hard to keep track of what's going on where. What I don't like though, what I will say, this is kind of like the DM I am. I don't mind those questions. I don't mind the small delays. What I won't accept though is when someone goes, okay, so it's my turn now. Who's still up? I don't mind that question. Like, what enemies are still alive? Because a lot's happened. Mm-hmm. What I don't accept is them going, oh, okay, that enemy's still alive. Okay, picks up character sheet. Okay, I only have 1 spell left. I'm like, you fucking serious? You didn't know you had 1? Like, that's the shit that I don't like. Like, it's one thing to... Right. I'm not the kind of DM who's like, hey, you need to know what you're doing on your turn as soon as you do it, and if you don't, we're skipping you. But my biggest thing, it's kind of like, look, I get that, it's like when you're at McDonald's and you're in line. I get that you may not know exactly where the line starts. You may not know if it's your turn next. But don't wait till you get up to the register to first look at the menu.
Yeah.
Like... You've been in line this whole time. I'm just saying that you should know what your attacks are. You should know how many spells you have left. You may not know what enemy's alive. You may not know what targets are visible to you. You may not know how far you are away from the nearest enemy. Those are fine. But don't ask me what your attacks are. Don't waste our time counting how many spells you've used this round. Those are things I think you should know. I don't mind knowing what I need to know as long as the players know what they need to know.
Right.
But that's just my thing.
I think that there's when you're out there and when you're trying to like remember all the things, it is hard for both a player and a DM, but again, you get to know your character, you get to know the table, you get to know the board, you get to know the people
and
you're
like we
playing
said before,
with.
everybody's playing the same game. The DM isn't any different. They are just a different type of player. So it should be on everybody, right? No one should be responsible for everything, but that's why I like divvying it out. I'm not going to pay attention to your spells. I'm not going to pay attention to your abilities. That's you, player. I gave you those abilities for you to keep track of. But what I will take responsibility for is the world that you live in, right? The world that you play in is my responsibility. You don't see what your character sees, right? So when you ask me what enemies are still up, I totally get that.
Yes.
Because you don't see from the character's point of view. If you want to know how far you are from something, I get that. Shit happens and you can't pay attention. But if it's on your character sheet, you should know it. Sorry, you should know it. Cosmic's back in chat. Like how the seventh level ability is the same name as his character. That's Prelude, right? Prelude is one of your character's names, I believe. It's not Backstage. I'm pretty sure it's not Backstage. But yeah, I think you've told us about Prelude before. Actually, and then that's where we're going. So Prelude at 7th level, as part of the bonus action you can take to use Curtain Call, you can use one... As a 7th level, as part of the bonus action you take to use Curtain Call, you can use one weapon attack for free.
Oh, so when you bonus action Curtain Call, you're attacking at the same time. So entering into your Curtain Call allows you to hit somebody when you do. So
Okay, so it just basically gives you an extra attack.
more damage.
Wow, okay.
I like how they have a theme. Like, they've got to focus. I want to hit stuff, and I want to
I'm
hit
gonna
it
do a lot of fucking damage.
and I want to do a lot of damage when I do so.
Okay, that is yeah, no, and again, like we talked about too, this is all leading up to a big picture build. So yeah, I'm liking the additions of all of these. Finally, we got to Brutal Critical finally. So I can finally understand what this means. So Brutal Critical. Beginning at 9th level, you can roll one additional weapon damage die when determining the extra damage for a critical hit with a melee.
So traditionally in 5e, what happens is you roll... Rules is written. Raw rules is written, which a lot of people don't like.
Nat 20.
When you get a nat 20, you add one additional damage die. So if I'm using a great axe and my damage die is a d12, I add a d12. But if I'm using a great sword and my damage die is 2d6, I add 1d6.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
a single damage die.
A single damage die. Like that's the theory. Now, what this is saying, the Brutal Critical, is when determining how much damage you will add for a critical, you add another damage die on top of that single damage die. So in this situation, a crit on a great axe would be 3d12, whereas a crit on a great sword would be 4d6.
Okay, because you're just adding one whole additional weapon die instead of just the one. So normally you add one, this is just adding two.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And then it increases to 2 additional die at 13 and 3 at level 17. Okay. That is a Brutal Critical. Yeah, that's just...
So remember, it only procs whenever you get a nat 20. So however often or unoften you get that.
And this would be great too if you take a multi-class that lets you crit at 19 or a feat that lets you crit at 19.
Yes.
What's also really interesting too, I've always just, I don't know if I agree or even like the idea of adding damage die. Like, I've always been on the fence with how I want to run criticals. You know, should it be max damage? Should it be guaranteed max damage? Should it be... I hate the idea of multiple die, because if I'm rolling a 2d10 already and I get another d10 and it's a 1, the fuck was my critical for? Makes no goddamn sense that my critical added 1 hit point of damage, right? So I've also liked the idea that it automatically does max damage, because that feels critical, right? Like, you were going to max out what you can possibly do without a roll. I think that should just be it. And then I've also toyed many times with the idea of just doing double damage. Whether that's... I've thought about double max, and I'm like, no. Double max on a crit is still a little bit too much. But just double damage. You roll your damage, and you get to double it. Not double the dice, because that's still fucked, right? Because you could still roll ones. That doesn't make any sense. I've always felt logically that rolling for damage and doubling it is the most sensible. I feel that while max damage is great, double damage feels better, because if you roll max damage, then you get to double it. That feels critical, right?
So what I have kind of settled on as kind of my favorite thus far is doing it a little bit simpler and just basically saying when you crit, that guarantees you max damage, and then you get a roll. So basically,
okay.
You start.
So it's
off
max
with,
damage and then up to double.
Yes.
That's actually not bad. That's not bad.
And the reason for that is because, like you said, you can still roll terribly, right?
So you still get the, my critical was only 1 extra point, but you remove all of my dice were 1 hit point.
Exactly.
Damage.
And at the very least, you did max damage. And so like
plus a little sum.
Plus a little something.
Because my biggest hesitation, the reason why I do double damage instead of leaning on just max, is because if you crit and then you just allow them, you don't have to roll, just max damage. That deteriorates from the fact of, but last round I barely hit their AC and I did max damage. It doesn't actually make the crit anything special. What you're doing really does set it off. Like, I like double damage, but double damage still kind of sucks because you still get that chance of, I only did 2 points of damage. I rolled 1, but I got double, and it still kind of sometimes sucks. So I like that. I may think about that one. I like, because then what I could do is it's double. If you have the ability to crit on a 19, then you'll double on a 19, and then on a 20 you get max plus.
Right. Yes.
I kind of like that. Maybe double and maybe that's because I have the special feature where if you're just a plain fighter in high point, you get to crit on a 19 just by virtue of you taking one of the hardest solo classes. But I kind of like that. Maybe I'll add that to that feature as well, where it's like, max plus, but if you can crit on a 19, that's just double damage. Because that still feels, I think, pretty palpable. Yeah. Without it feeling
I would agree.
A straight, crit damage, right? I think that's a good way to do that. Champion fighters crit on 19 as well. Yep.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, and on nat 18s as well in later levels. I didn't know that. I didn't know champion fighters can go down to 18.
That's right, because like Brutal Critical, it's a feature that progresses.
Yeah. Okay. RNG sometimes sucks. So that would be I think the Brutal Critical could be cool. I think I might revamp my criticals, because I've always liked double damage, but I kind of like the max plus. That feels right.
Yeah, it feels weighty, I guess you could say too. But I will say the only thing I don't like about it feels so good to roll a lot of dice. It feels so good to have a bunch of dice in your hand and shake that shit. Imagine being a rogue and you just have all your sneak attack dice and all your extra dice and you just throw. That just feels good.
It does feel good.
When you're a DM and you get to set a fire trap off and you get to roll 10d10 or something.
And then everyone just walks out of the room like, we're going to go get some coffee. You call us back when you're done.
You're counting. I'm like, okay, I'll have fun.
Yeah, no, I've always tried to add in some fun dice rolls every now and again just to make players get more into it, because sometimes just the standard roll that stat d20 d4 it gets a little daunting. But sometimes when you just throw them something like, hey, roll me these 3 dice, and they're like, I've never touched these 3 dice at the same time before. What am I doing?
Who's doing what now? I like it.
Here's what about the special weapons like classic Vorpal Blade, whose effect specifically triggers on crits. Interesting. I'm not actually familiar with weapons that trigger on crits.
Vorpal Blades. I swear somebody was just talking to me about those.
Look that up real quick, 'cause I'm not familiar with that one or what it does. Brutal Critical. I'm really liking that one. Let's see. So while you're looking that one up, Unstoppable Performer. Starting at 11th level, your wish to perform art can keep you fighting despite grievous wounds. If you drop to 0 hit points while you're in Curtain Call, you don't die outright. You can make a DC 10 Charisma saving throw. If you succeed, you drop to 1 hit point instead, but you cannot move from your spot. Each time you use this feature after the first, the DC increases by 5. When you finish a short or long rest, the DC resets to 10. So that's kind of cool. So it's kind of like a second wind. You basically just stay up.
Okay. Does this supersede the if you have your plot points rejuvenation thing?
Oh, you mean the knocked out? Well, yeah. So this is saying that if at starting at 11th level, if you were to drop to 0 hit points while you're curtain calling, you make a DC 10 charisma saving throw, and if you succeed, you'll be at 1 hit point instead.
My question is, does that trigger after only when you have 0 plot points? Because traditionally, if you were to go down to 0 hit points, your plot points would all expend. You would
That
drop
was
out
that
of
was
your...
that was my alternate rule. Is if you go unconscious, you can spend 1 of your plot points to go to 1d8 instead. So I think the difference would be 0 hit points to death versus 0 hit points from unconscious. I don't know how the difference plays out, but it sounds like it might be now that it's a higher level, like level 11. Maybe that's the idea of maybe it's maybe it's both. This automatically puts you at level 1. Doesn't knock you out of curtain call, and then you have the choice. Do you expend 1 to like get your D8 back?
Okay, so this would trigger before expending plot points.
I think so, because this is a later level one, and this is kind of a stop all. It's like, oh, you're about to be at 0? Nope, make your DC check. And it's a DC check, which you can choose to fail. So maybe it's the whole, I'll make my DC check, and if I fail, I can still use a point.
I could still
use a point to get my D8 back. But if I do get it, I don't have to use my D8, and I'm still at 1 hit point.
Does it say anything about reusing this feature?
Yeah, if you reuse it every time after the first, the DC increases by 5, and then it resets to 10 at a long rest.
Okay.
But you can't move from your spot, which is really interesting. I don't know how long that lasts.
Is there a limit?
I mean, until you can't make your DC anymore.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I mean, if it goes up to 20 and then 25 and then 30, how are you going to make your DC 30? Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. I did look up Vorpal Sword, though, if you want me to read that.
Vorpal Sword, Vorpal Blade Sword, same thing. So I don't know about telling the item. Checked Google, couldn't find it. Yes, did you find anything on
Yes,
Vorpal?
so
Okay.
Vorpal Sword, it's basically a variant. It can be applied to Great Sword, Long Sword, Rapier, Scimitar, whatever.
Okay, so it's an effect.
Yes, so it says you gain a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. In addition, the weapon ignores resistances to slashing damage.
Okay.
Okay. When you attack a creature with this, when you attack a creature that has at least 1 head with this weapon, on a roll of a 20 on the attack, you cut off one of the creature's heads. Period.
Okay.
So if you roll a 20, I will say that it doesn't say if you crit. So I do not think this would work on if you hit a 19 and crit.
Right.
If you hit a 19 and crit, you're
because
not
the
gonna chop
language
off a head.
is you have to be rolling the 20. So this one forces a nat 20, not anything that crits.
Mm-hmm.
Because crits can be modified, but a nat 20 can't.
Correct.
Okay, I like that. That's not bad. Okay.
Yeah, and it just says the creature dies if it can't survive without that particular head, but if it can, then it's fine.
Okay. Interesting. The Unstoppable Performer is interesting. I don't really know what this is meant to do, because it stops you in your tracks. Like, you can't move, but it doesn't say for how long. And it brings you to 1 hit point, whereas the other one, like you said, you expend the point to get life back. So I'm kind of confused on where this one's trying to go, because it puts you in position, you kind of get stun locked, and then you're at 1 hit point. You know what I mean?
He says it's for 1 turn. You stay in one place.
Okay, so it's just for 1 turn. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this one should be stronger because it's at level 11. The other one gives you hit points back. This one doesn't. I'd almost say, why not reverse them?
I do like the fact that you're spending a resource to get that health back. Yeah, I guess imagine if this were the first level feature and then that level feature was up here. Yeah, I could see that.
Like, yeah, so I would maybe consider that, like taking unstop. So you take, because that was like the curtain call option, right? So maybe what it would be is like, on curtain call, if you were to reach 0 hit points, you can use a plot twist point to go to 1 instead. That's what you start with. So you use a plot twist point to basically not die.
Okay.
And then, starting at level 11, you can use
instead of going to 1 hit point, you get the 1d8 plus your modifier.
Well, at level 11, are you using a plot twist point for this, or does this just happen?
It just happens. But what I'm saying is, but you do a DC check. You still do a DC check, but that's what I'm saying is switch them. Originally, it should just be like going to the 1 hit point, and then later it should be, well, you can come back into the fight with more hit points.
What I was thinking is, I like the fact that bringing you to 1 hit point doesn't cost you any resources. That makes sense to me. So if we're going to go to 1 hit point, let it just be like an automatic thing that you can do like one time or something like that. But if you're gonna get some stuff back, if you're gonna spend those plot points, then let me get something for it. You know what I mean? So on the first one, if it's gonna read exactly like this, where I make my check and I see if I survive, then great. And then when I get to 11th level, then I can spend my 2 plot points, or I can spend whatever like the modified one that you were talking about, because that's the modification that Hizboar wanted us to send to him is, hey, all of the stuff that we expend it gets expended right away, instantly.
Yeah. And
you get that many dice back. And what else did it say? I think that was it.
So he's saying that another maybe another aspect, like the purpose of this one would be like this happens, so you make your check, you drop to 1 hit point, then you drop curtain call, because then you would do like the explosion thing. So this could be, it's more of like maybe a,
but then wouldn't that damage you if you only had 1 hit point?
Yeah, but then you would have the yeah, it would definitely damage you there. But yeah, I don't know. It's just very interesting at that 11th level. This one doesn't really seem to. It just seems like this should have happened earlier. Yeah. And I think at this point we should be seeing a rejuvenation of your getting back into the battle, not barely not surviving. I think that one should have been a little bit swapped. I mean, your curtain call can damage. Oh, I mean, and your curtain call get damaged and don't die.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So end your curtain call and then use this feature to prevent you from dying because ending your curtain call hurt you.
Now, that's interesting, but as a DM, I have a hard time just as it's written, because this says that if you drop to 0 while you're in curtain call, you don't die, but ending curtain call, you would end it, explode, then go to 0.
That sounds
technically,
like,
in my mind,
that sounds like some stack Magic the Gathering. Like,
but that's how I do it in D&D. Is it's always order of operations and or order of actions. And technically, in my mind, you would be out of curtain call by the time you hit 0, and this wouldn't trigger. Because you end curtain call to do the explosion,
and then the explosion happens. Yeah,
I mean, granted, you could. I mean, it's Hizboar's game. If Hizboar does say that technically you get damaged before curtain call ends, then it works. Then you just use curtain call, and this stops you from dying. No big deal. The way it reads right now for me, even as a DM, I'd be close. Like, I don't know if I would be able to allow that. Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to take you down first. But it is interesting to have that. I mean, again, though, it is nice to just have something that's not super OP. It is just, okay, you didn't die, but you're still right about to. Like, doesn't really do anything other than it gives you one extra moment of action to figure out what you want to do. And God forbid this doesn't happen, like, 2 enemies into a 5-enemy, you know, in where they have like 5 enemies in initiative order.
Oh yeah.
So it's like the first 2 get you down to 0. This happens, and then there's 3 more enemies, and you're just stun locked at one point.
All right then.
That would be kind of shitty. Interesting. Okay. Oh, and then we got to finally get to conductor. So beginning at 15th level, you can stick your melee weapon to the ground and make a copy of the weapon.
Huh?
Strike up. Wait. From under the end. Okay, so beginning at 15th level, you can stick your melee weapon to the ground and make a copy of the weapon strike up from under the enemies. This will let you use melee weapons as ranged weapons. This still counts as melee damage.
So it's like if I got a hammer, I smash it into the ground, and another hammer pops out underneath them.
So you're telling me that this counts as melee, so that means that you're 20 feet away.
Melee damage.
I can go bink, 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 I can just shoot you and stab this into the ground at the same time and just ding, 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 because you're 20 feet away. This counts as melee attack, and I get a second attack for that. Yep, and Hizboar's like, that's exactly the point. So, and it counts as melee, which means that even though you're far away from me, all your buddies are cowering away from me, and then I get you all cowered in a corner, and then I just go stab, you're all damaged.
Imagine if somebody out here had crowd control, like...
This is crowd control.
No, I mean, like, moving people around the battlefield crowd
goddamn.
control. If there was, like, something that, like, sucked everybody into one place, or somebody who's got Eldritch Blasty Blast pushing people around or something crazy like that, like... that would be insane.
Yeah, this is man. I'm just thinking of how devastating this would be in any regular campaign. That's hilarious. Patron's hands. Beginning at 18th level, whenever you do a performance check and succeed, your patron will clap their hands. All your foes will get hit by thunders from your godly entertainment level times a D4 thunder times D4. So at 18th level, when you do a performance check and succeed, your patron will clap. Whenever that happens, so basically whenever you succeed in a performance check, you deal you deal your level times a D4. So you roll a D4 and multiply by your level.
It's going to be 18 times 2, 3, or 4.
No, yeah, so basically you roll a D4 and then you multiply that by your level.
So if I got a 2, it would be 36.
Yeah. And that just happens every time you do a performance check. You're just doing damage after damage because he's just clapping for you.
54. So you're either at 18th level. You're either going to do 18. You're going to do 36. You're going to do 54. Or you're going to do 72 points of damage. 72 is the max that you could hit at that point.
I almost want this to have a...
Is that a Zelda in the chat? Welcome.
Zelda Potter, what up? Hello, welcome. I almost want to say that this should have an additional one to where if you crit fail a performance check, you are booed.
Ooh, I would like that.
Because, again, everything's been going great for the Uber power, but again, narratively speaking, you are here to do that for your patron. You are here to go for your patron, and at this point, your patron's kind of giving you a bunch of stuff. But what happens when you fuck up? Like, the other ones should be able to boo you, or like the other gods, or maybe your god's upset with you. And, you know, like...
I think they should do some, like, serious psychic damage to you.
Like like a psychic damage. Like, just, there's gotta... Like, you get scolded by your patron, and you take psychic damage or something.
Imagine you get, like, your level's worth of psychic damage.
Oh, there
back.
you go. It's not like too much... It's not too bad, but it's enough that if you fail too many times, it's bad.
Painful.
72 damage. How about 100 damage at level 7 in one turn?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's insane. So, and that's the thing though, is like with that, I think it would be good. I don't think it needs like a major balancing point, but I think at this point in the progression at level 18, there really hasn't been anything to piss your god off. Like there hasn't really been anything that you can do to upset your god. For him, you know, obviously he wants you to do good, right? So you don't want anything that upsets him to be super detrimental because it would be against the god's interest, right? If you're here to be the best fighter in this arena and your god's mad with you, if he maims you, you're no longer going to be potentially the best, right? But he needs to give you a punishment that makes your job slightly more difficult. So it's almost like, you know, maybe removes a curtain call from your next long rest. If you fail,
that could be a thing,
or maybe, you know, it takes like half your points away, your performance points, or your
plot twist points.
Yeah, the plot twist points. I don't know why I keep forgetting that, but yeah,
it's a.
But yeah, something would be kind of cool by now. Maybe somewhere around even 10th level, just something to the point to where your patron's like, okay, you're proving yourself. We're gonna continue this little relationship of ours. But don't fuck me up. Like, don't mess with me. Don't do anything wrong, or else. And again, you know, he wants you to succeed, so he can't do anything super bad. But maybe it's more narrative. Maybe the punishments are narrative based. Maybe every time you crit fail, you know, a friend of yours gets hurt, or you lose something, or Hizboar. What about if you fail a performance check? What if something happens to your aberration? Like the psychic.
Oh,
so
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
an equal amount. Like there is psychic damage equal to your level is cast upon your aberration, like your pet, right? Like it's supposed to be the thing you take care of. So if you fail a performance check,
Is
if
the
you're-
aberration the player's pet or the god's pet?
it's the player's pet, but it's also played by another player.
Interesting.
So I'm really thinking it would be kind of cool that you fail and the god punishes your aberration. Basically, not you, because you're supposed to continue and be good.
Right.
But just like Hizboar said earlier, the aberration. He even said in chat that the aberration is meant to be played by a player, but it's supposed to be the god entertainer's pet, and it's also meant as a plot point for the gods to use against the player.
Interesting.
So this would be the perfect time to use that. Is hurt the aberration whenever you do poorly. Don't hurt you because you're the main star. But if I hurt the aberration, that's going to hurt your gameplay. You know what I mean? Because you don't want that to happen.
Right. Real quick, we talked about the original feature that allowed you to kind of stave off death and use your plot points. Where was that?
That's just in the original how Curtain Call works. It's just an aspect of Curtain Call. It says you which one was it?
It's like if you were to, I'm trying to figure out where it says like if you were to go down or if you were to go unconscious or something like that.
It's after that. So Curtain Call will end after 10 minutes. You get into battle within 10 minutes, blah, blah, blah. It ends if you are knocked unconscious and you don't have a plot point. If you do have a plot point, you get 1d8 plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus back, and you go do your senses. That's what the standard is.
Got it.
Okay, so yeah, Patron's Hands, I do like that. Would be kind of cool just to see some sort of like punishment if you do bad. And then Curtain Fall, finally, full circle.
There we go, Curtain Fall.
Curtain Fall. At 20th level, the enemies that are below 100 hit points will roll an intelligence saving throw if they... Okay, so this is just... I guess this is an ability at 20th level that you can do. It hasn't really like given us what you're doing. So I'm assuming that just like Curtain Call, this is something that you activate.
Okay.
So any enemy that is below 100 hit points will roll an intelligence saving throw. If they fail, they will start slaughtering each other. If they succeed, they will throw a wisdom saving throw. So first an intelligence saving throw. If they succeed, it moves to a wisdom. If they fail the intelligence, they start to turn on each other. If they fail the wisdom, they will be stunned for 2 turns, making it easier for the other ones who failed the first check to attack them.
Okay.
So it's kind of it's like a
compounding,
a mob thing. Yeah. You ascend and become a judge of this performance. If you are unsatisfied with it, you can vote downfall. If you vote downfall, you will enter the stage and become immune for 2 turns. Your every move will trigger a performance check, which would trigger the thunderous clapping if you succeed. And if you succeed, you will heal your allies for 10% of their max hit points and trigger patron hands in an additional time. So every move that you make will be performance check, but it will do the hands twice. So he's just sitting there clapping his ass off.
Freaking round of applause.
Wow. Okay. That's almost what it should have been called. Is round of there should have been an added thing of round of applause. If you are satisfied with the performance, you may vote salvation. If you do, they will simply die. If you vote salvation and there is an enemy that is above HP, they will get damaged equal to your current hit points. Curtain Fall will use all your plot twist points. You need at least 1 plot twist point to activate Curtain Fall. That is interesting.
I would say if it uses all your plot twist points no matter what, and you need at least 1, then most people would just use everything except for 1 before they use
Up until this point, yeah.
So I would say
that the point.
There should be either something that you get as a benefit for, like, so when it uses all of them, like the other one that we were talking about.
Actually, wait a second. I'm going to stop you right there. That whole thing needs to be taken out.
What whole thing?
It uses all your plot twist points, and you need at least 1. None of that actually matters because you're level 20 now. And level 20, you have unlimited. So technically, Hizboar, these last 2 sentences you can take out because they don't apply.
because you would have unlimited points. So you won't
You
have
will
just
never
one.
run out of. That's very fair.
Yeah,
That's
so curtain
very
fall
fair.
will just happen. Period. So I don't really think that that's really necessary. So here's what I like curtain fall. Hizboar, don't get me wrong. If we give you any kind of feedback, it's not because we think it needs to change. It's just what our ideas are. But yeah, you use all of them and we'll have 0 until. Oh, okay. So even though you have unlimited, if you use curtain fall, you don't have them anymore. Like you absolutely just stop having them
drop to 0
until you do a long rest. So fair point.
That's actually interesting. Okay, so like that's
So
the
curtain
only
fall
way that
removes
will
curtain call.
that will it'll just junk you out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I
Does that mean you also lose the ability to use
curtain call? Yeah, until you long rest. Basically, you because you have unlimited curtain calls, but if you use this, you have to long rest. It's basically last ditch. I like that. That is a good way to do that.
There we go. That's
So yeah,
all right.
so I like it as it is. I think the only it's like I kind of like the idea that you become like the judge or anything, but it falls a little bit outside of the lore that's been built up so far. Almost what I would want to do if I were doing this is I probably would have put this in the patrons' hands, where it's like you do curtain fall, right? Where it's curtain fall is such an awesome name. I wouldn't want to change it because like I almost want to went with encore, but curtain fall is such a better one because like you have curtain call, right, which is the curtains open and you do this, and then the curtain fall is like the piece de resistance, like the curtain, like everyone thinks it's over. And then the curtain drops, and then there's a whole extra performance, right? So that's what I'm thinking of happening, right? So I'm thinking like when curtain fall happens, like, you know, you could narratively say how it looks, but you think it should look like you're powering down. It should almost look like they've won before something major happens, like, you know, the curtain's closing and then it just drops on them. Think about it as you're the star and you watch the band who will perform when you're absent. I mean, that makes sense. Like, you know, yeah, like you're the star and now you're kind of casting judgment.
Got you.
But yeah,
your understudy or whatever.
Yeah, I would almost like to think like curtain fall, you know, narratively starts out, looks like they're about to win, looks like it's all about to be over, and then something happens. I would almost want this to be a choice. Like, I like how you're saying like you this all happens and then you judge their performance, but granted, with these two choices, it does make sense because it's very situational, right? Depending on how many enemies there are, what their lifespans are, doing one of these kind of, you know, like, especially if them all attacking each other for 2 rounds drops them all enough, you're like, okay, cool, let's just wipe the playing field. So I like these 2 options as well, but I think what I might do is I might have, like, turned these into 2 different choices, almost like instead of like approve, like you had like the salvation or downfall, I'd almost want to do like you do curtain fall. Let's see. I don't know. This is so well put together for what it is. I'm trying to think of like how would I split it up. The immune for 2 turns is interesting. I like the healing for all of your allies. And enemies that have below 100 HP. That I do like that you add that too. Trying to think, my brain's working here. So it would almost be like you would have, because salvation, they just simply die. So I think maybe what I might do is split curtain fall into two different things. Like
Okay.
at level 20, you basically can do one, like kind of like this, right? Because he's going the downfall or the salvation, and I kind of like that mindset. But it for me, it falls just outside of where this character was going, because it's, again, the whole point of this whole campaign is to lead up to impressing the gods and impressing them, right? So kind of becoming the judge seems a little bit out of place, because the gods are still there. They're still, watching and still judging. So almost what I would like to do is see Curtain Fall turn into two things: Curtain Fall or a Round of Applause, or even Encore, but Encore may just be a little bit too on the nose. But Curtain Fall being the one where essentially the Curtain Fall is kind of like power word kill, kind of like what he's saying here, where I like more of the Curtain Fall basically makes them all kind of like riot. Kind of like, it's Curtain Fall. It's like the end of the thing, and everyone's like, they're rioting. So I like that they slaughter each other for 2 turns. And then if at that point they're under 100 hit points, they just die. Like almost just like out of exhaustion, right? So it's like you give them a few extra 2 turns to actually like take each other's life down. And then those that are under 100 die. That would be Curtain Fall. The other option would be called Round of Applause. And that one would basically be like the alternative version of Encore. It's Round of Applause because you're basically coming back. It's like, instead of Curtain Fall, you're busting the curtains open again and be like, you know what? We're going to continue. And that's when you get the immunity for 2 rounds. You get the patron's hands for everything that you do. I would say like any action you take at that point. So every attack is a performance check. Every move is a performance check. Every bonus action you take is a performance check. If you use a plot twist point, it's a performance check. Like any action your character takes in those 2 turns allows for the patron's hands trigger. And I like that idea of, you basically have one where it's like, if there's a ton of enemies and they're low enough, Curtain Fall. It's like game over, show's over, the curtain's down, we're done. Show's over. We're dropping the curtain, everyone die. Whereas Round of Applause, aka Encore, is, hey boss, give me a bit of juice. We're going to end this right. And it's you just walking through the battlefield, just decimating them with his clapping, because he's just sitting there like, yeah, go. He's just egging you on to do all this. You're healing your people.
I can see that.
So, and the reason I say that is because I like the mindset of the downfall salvation, but I still feel like it takes away from the fact that you're still trying to impress and get at the gods. You're trying to get their attention.
Yeah.
And if those gods are other players, right? I like that idea of like this last thing that you do at level 20. I love the idea of having this duality of it shows over, Curtain Fall, shows over, kill
Like
everything in sight.
It stops here.
Or the show's not fucking over, but boss, give me some juice. This one's for
Fat
you.
lady hasn't sung yet.
It's that call out, right? It's like at the end of the show, the lead singer or the lead guitarist comes out, holds his pick out, and goes, "This one's for you," and then does a whole extra song. That's what I imagine of like Round of Applause would be. It's like you just point out your patron, and you're like, "This one's for you, boss. This one's all for you." And you have 2 turns to just go all out, right? That might be what I would do, only because the buildup has felt like we should be building up to a display for the gods, not to a buildup of that's now my job. Because you also got to think that this is just a level 20 ability. So it's not like this is the last time you're going to use it. It's just going to be the most powerful ability you have. So how does it make sense that in a random, like I say random, right? But to me, it doesn't make sense that in a regular fight, you're just going to suddenly be like, everyone attack each other. Nah, I don't like that. Like that seems a little bit weird when actively you're still trying to like impress your god and you're still trying to fight in his arena. In this particular case, calling upon him to like wow him or to impress him and to get that like essence, to really like just because it's almost like the fact of his excitement, his round of applause is overpowering the other god's disamusement. You know what I mean? It's like imagine you're in an arena and when the winning goal gets shot, it doesn't matter how many anti-fans are there, the cheers will always outweigh the boos on a winning shot. You know what I mean? Like go to any arena that had a winning score and tell me you heard anyone booing. You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen. And that's what I imagine, like, when you call, like, that, the second one I'm calling a round of applause. That's the mindset, is you're just being like, doesn't matter how many gods are not liking what I'm doing right now.
Right.
The sheer adoration is going to shower it. But the curtain call is also kind of cool, because it's basically just saying, like, we're fucking done here. I'm going to spend all of my unlimited points and it's because basically that you have unlimited plot twist points. And essentially what you would be turning, my version of curtain fall is basically an AoE power word kill.
Lightweight.
So you're expending all of these in unlimited points, all of these plot twist points. You're expending unlimited.
I'm giving up my unlimited ability for the day
to basically do a 50. What is it like? What was it? At 20th level, if there's not even like an area of effect, right? He doesn't even Hizboar doesn't even give us like a size area, right? So again, I just feel like this is like a mass power word kill. You basically riot them, kind of like, you know, you're ending the show early. It's curtain fall. They're mad the show's over. They're going to riot. And then if they're under hit points, under 100, you're basically mass power word kill.
The way that's
over.
written,
you're just done.
The way that's written, I would say anybody that's in initiative would suffer that.
I like that. I like
because
anybody
it says
in initiative.
enemies, like, because if you're in initiative, then you're my current enemy.
I like that. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That would make sense. Is anybody in initiative immediately, like for 2 turns, turns on their ally, and then if they're below 100 points after that, power word kill takes them. Because yeah, it would just be that's my. I get it. I don't think it's bad. I like the idea of the downvote, the salvation. I like the idea of the patron's hands. I just, with the whole build of the character and the whole build of the class, I just feel like at the end here, I think it still should be focused on the gods. Like, I feel like it kind of out of nowhere just stopped being about the gods, and it just felt a little bit off to me. But again, that's a high point of view. It's just how I would have done it. So I still like it, though. I still really like the direction that you put here. We got some more updates from chat. So also, one more thing, there will be challenges put down by gods while bets are going on, which I like that, because if they're the players, you want to give them interactions. So them being able to put challenges down to the player that's playing this is also cool.
Right.
Like, hey, can you do this without casting a spell? Or can you, I'll bet that you can't do this while half speed, you know what I mean? Like, there could be so many different limitations you can put while the players are the gods.
Right.
His examples such as don't use more than 5 plot twist points. Okay, yeah, we're on the same page. Don't use more than 3 action points per turn. Don't use slashing damage. There'll be rewards and punishments accordingly. I like that. This is giving me Apprentice Adept vibes. Because the citizens and how they deal with shit.
Very much so.
Like, as soon as he said that those gods would be betting, I just immediately went into like citizen mode, and I'm just like, ooh, like the citizens of just Proton, of just how they just go, oh, I'll bet this thing doesn't happen. How they scheme and get around each other. I mean, imagine if you and I are players that aren't these, like this player, we're just some of those gods, and imagine we're like, oh, that sounds good. He's going to bet you to do that, but I want to scheme against you too. So I'll wait for you to do a bet, and I'll egg you on to make him do a bet, you make him a big bet. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I'll bet you double not to do it. Just to fuck with, you know what I mean? Just like, because we have our own agendas, just to like make him question, like, well, how do I want to do this now? I get double if I do it this way, but his way was going to make it easier. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you can really make these real intricate like challenges that the DM doesn't have to worry about as much. Like, the DM could set limitations on here's the things you can do.
Right.
But the DM doesn't have to think of every single encounter. I like that. That is actually really clever. And then Hizboar says he has an idea. Curtain call. When you use movement, enemies move the same distance to each other. And whenever you use an attack, enemies will use an attack to the closest ally of theirs as the first option. And then, okay, so he's saying, like, if we split it up like I was saying. So that would be curtain fall. Or, yeah, curtain fall, when you move, enemies move the same distance towards an ally. And then whenever you attack, enemies will attack an ally. I like that. And then he's saying that for the round of applause, that, like, second option. And then round of applause at the end. So it's almost like they copy your dance while you dance. Interesting. So kind of like one of those games where you move, they move towards each other. And then you're basically, if you can basically move and get them to attack each other, and then you can end it with like the round of applause, where it's like you can do a massive amount of damage there.
Gotcha.
That could work too, yeah.
Okay.
And that's the cool part about this. Like, yeah, there's a lot of different things here. Like I said, nothing. I mean, it's all completely imbalanced because it's not meant for a regular, mortal campaign. But yeah, I would just say that my only thing about it is it just kind of ended not focused on the gods, and I feel
Slightly
like
out of context with
and I feel like
everything
by
else.
the time I'm reaching 20th level, I should be really focusing. Like I'm at the end of my performance with this god, so I feel like this spell, like these last powers, I would like to see really emphasize that relationship.
I will say to his defense, because again, you're starting this at such a high level and you're advancing to a much higher level. Like this to me almost feels like to take the Apprentice Adept series route, you're at the end of the games and you're almost a citizen yourself type deal. And so you're kind of able to make wagers even though you're in the thing itself. And so and he even says in there, it's like you have ascended to become a judge. So it's almost like, hey, you've finally done all this work, you've oppressed so much, but like you said, this is not going to be the one and only time you do this.
Exactly. If it was like a thing, that'd be fine. He says also about the gods, they have a few gods written out already. So, please send, if you have any of the gods written out, like especially like personalities or how the players are supposed to play them, please send those over too. I'd love to see those. You can send them later. Every god has different types of treasure. That's awesome. I like that you have that. They have different items, powers, blessings, but if they give it, they lose it. So it's kind of like, again, if I'm playing that god, I have a set things that I can interject into the game one time only. I like that.
Your chips that you get to bet.
Here's another idea for you, Hizboar. So what if Curtain Call or Curtain Fall? What if this last ability, I'm just going to keep using Curtain Call and Round of Applause, or Curtain Fall and Round of Applause, just to kind of give the idea of two separate things here. But what if the last one wasn't player choice? So this whole time, right? This whole game, they've been trying to get the approval of the gods, right? They're trying to impress their own god. They're trying to prove to other gods that they are that they're worthy. So what if you as a DM were slowly, without them knowing, or, you could do it like in Harry Potter where you let them know, like, you 1 point to Gryffindor here. Like, what if you kept a running list of positive and negatives? Like, anytime they did something good that their god liked, you just put a +1. You can tell them this, maybe you tell them, maybe you don't. But maybe other times when other gods were impressed, even if they were the rival gods, like maybe me as the other player, I maybe have 10 points. I can give up to 5 good or 5 bad by the end of the game. And Kage could do the same thing, right? So even though I'm a rival god trying to stop the player who's, playing this character, but I'm like, God damn, that was actually really smart. Like he actually solved my puzzle in a way I didn't, or my challenge in a way I didn't think possible. Maybe I'll give him a positive point. But if he does something that pisses me off and I'm like, oh, that was cheap, I don't like that, I'm going to give him a negative point. Right. And then you as the DM can also do that. They can sit there. The player's gods can bet the player. But what if, you as the DM also have like the overarching, like you can always override what kind of points. But at the end, when they finally reach level 20, what you do is you finally tell them their overall score. So they started at 0 and the whole point is to be positive. So the whole game, the whole, campaign, you've been giving them positives and negatives and calculating up their total score. And what you can say is when they reach level 20, what if they have a positive score, they get Round of Applause, which is the ability that when they move, their god's just clapping and they're doing massive amounts of damage. But what if they got a negative score, they get this ability Curtain Fall, which is kind of like a mass damage thing, but not as good. So it's almost like the last ability you get at level 20 is a representation of how good you've done so far.
Oh, so that's like your permanent ability. Like
that's your permanent.
Don't have access to.
They don't get to choose it. It's based on did they actually earn it, and if they didn't earn it, maybe you make one. Do all of the healing, do all of the damage, and do all of the fun stuff. That they have immunity. Their patrons clapping. They get to heal their buddies. But the other version is maybe they only get to stun the enemies for 2 rounds. And that's just it. Like Curtain Fall is just, or they just get to turn 2 rounds. They can turn the enemies on themselves, but that's it. That's all that happens. So it's still an ability, but your patron wasn't as happy with you.
Interesting.
So just something to throw out there. That could be kind of cool too, because that would also lead into the whole fact that you're trying to vie for these positive points. Right. You're trying to get on their good side. Hizboar have an idea, great idea. When they use Curtain Fall, they turn back to level 1, and their points can make them have extra items for good that is gifted from the god, and some percentage from the bet earnings, and they can have a no policy about buying items. So that could be cool too. Like, yeah, if you've gotten to the point to where you've reached a Curtain Fall,
that's a very interesting
you can use
mindset
it and
going back
reset.
to level 1, like starting all the way up, because you could choose, like, I could stay here and be the level that I'm at, or I could expend all of this energy and experience that I've had up until this time to make this magical thing happen, and then huck my way all the way back up the mountain.
Well, and it's funny that you say that, because that's very similar to how my ascension process works. Like, basically, whenever you ascend, you basically have to prove that you're worthy by resetting yourself. So that actually wouldn't be too bad, especially if you could keep the gameplay fresh, right? Like up to level 20 and then reset them and still make the gameplay make sense that you're at level 20. See, that right there, I was literally just thinking that if you reset, maybe you find a different patron. So he's saying that, yeah, based on, if you use this, based on the betting results at the end, maybe your patron changes after you use Curtain Fall.
Hey, maybe you do it on purpose because your patron was screwing you over in the end or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like it. That's fantastic. There's a lot that can be done with this. So wow. So this was the first Subless class that we have reviewed. There is so much going on here. So I'm gonna have a hard time putting a note on, or putting a score on this, because it falls so outside of the norm.
Yeah.
Just because, again, it's so setting specific that it's hard. I mean, we've given it a little bit of a critique, and we've said some things that we would do with it, but that's really not the same as like trying to understand, like, you know, because again, the high points aren't about a rating of how good it is. High points are about, you know, my likelihood to use it, right? And do I want to use it? Does it inspire me to do things? And now that we fully put it in context, you know, I have a higher tier level of gaming, so that this kind of falls into. I like what's going on here for that higher tier of gaming. I'm still very confused on exactly the layout of how the campaign would work, but I am interested in reading more on it. You know what, Hizboar, I'm going to throw this one back to you. I'm going to let you have this choice. Because of the nature of how unique this is, and just because of how unique the setting that this requires to go into, I'll kind of let you do a live choice this time, because this kind of falls into both areas.
This was great.
We can,
I said this is what's great when they're live in the chat. We can
right?
do this.
So we can continue and treat this like a homebrew review, and I will try to apply my normal process of point removal, or you know, my point figuring, to try to give you a, you know, likelihood of how likely I would be wanting to use something like this in high point. Or I can just change the title after we're done live today, and we can turn this into a showcase episode, because I feel like we've done more showcasing than we've really done critiquing, because of how unique of a situation this was. And
I would say that's a fair point. You know, coming into this, you know, with basic 5th edition, like 5e eyes, like my eyes are bulging out of my head. You know what I mean? But again, taking into consideration where you're trying to play this and what you're trying to do with this, how divine all of this really is, it genuinely plays a difference. So, you know.
And we've recently changed it to where, with Homebrew Review, you get a 0 out of 10 or 1 out of 10 high points, which is, again, likelihood of me using it in high point. Whereas a showcase, we've turned it into a star system of 1 out of 5. So 1 out of 5 stars on the showcase. And again, the main difference is homebrew review is typically from the point of view of us as DMs, how
Balancing.
likely we would want to be using this in our world, how we feel it's balanced from a DM and player point of view. And a showcase is primarily us looking at it from a, how would we approach this if we were told this is the game we're going to play, right? If we were the players and this was being presented to us, what are the things that interest us? What questions do we have? Where would we take it? And I think we've done more of that today because of the uniqueness. But I also want to give you the option. If you really want a high point review on how likely I would be to use it, I will absolutely give that to you. But if you want to be our second showcase, because we had one from Adventurology so far, I'll let you choose that. If you just want a 1 out of 5 stars for how we would approach this as a player and how interested we are as wanting to get into this setting, we'll do that. So I will let you decide whether you prefer this to be a homebrew review or a homebrew showcase.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
He also says, let's see, so created this class with this description from the person who wanted to play a class, a sassy barbarian who has a patron who is their sugar daddy and is anxious about losing them to another god, and is also an amazing performer with a lot of charisma. So that's where this came from. That character description is where all of this came from. A sassy barbarian who has a patron who is their sugar daddy and is anxious about losing them to another god. So basically like a warlock barbarian, multi-classing, who is in a toxic relationship with their patron. I love it. I fucking love it. That's excellent. I love when the most creative things are created off of some of the most basic, like you know, like some of the most basic setups, right? Yeah, no, I think that's the funny thing is I think like the idea of having all of this created off of just such a small idea is fascinating. Showcase, I think that is correct. I think that is probably the better option. I will see if I can. Gosh, I hate this. I will see if I can change it real quick. Just because if I don't change it now, I'm not going to remember later, and hopefully this will update YouTube after the fact. So we are going to call this Homebrew Showcase number 2. All right. So hopefully that will update everything and do all of that. That's no problem. All right. So now that this is a homebrew showcase, so homebrew. Okay. I see you're in there already getting that taken care of. Thank you. This is what's great about having mods that know what they're doing. I don't even have to ask them. They're already taking care of stuff. Okay, so if we're going to do... I was going to say, yeah, because if we were going to do this as a high point review, it was just going to be a little bit harder for me to settle on a point value because I was really just going to have to kind of take it apart in a lot of different ways that I didn't want to because it's good as it is. Now, as a showcase, coming at this from the point of view as a player, because like I said, without really understanding the setting, I can only try to apply this to high point and it would just get messy that way. But as a player, coming from the point of view of you explaining to me, this is what I would be, explaining that there are going to be other gods that other players would be, I gotta say, this is so fascinating, and it intrigues me in a way that I wasn't expecting. It actually intrigues me in a way that most of the time that I don't actually normally get intrigued by. Because usually when I find something really, really good, like a showcase that I like from a player point of view, a lot of the times it's because it's sparking a bunch of creativity in terms of like, oh, I want to go explore this, or oh, what's over here? I want to go talk to these NPCs. I want to know more about this lore. Like a lot of the times it's the things that I can interact with and that make my imagination more interested. Whereas with this one, I'm actually more interested in engage. Like I am more looking forward to the out of game interaction. Like normally it's about like, oh, what can my character do? What parts of this lore can I look into? What have you thought about this? What if I ask these questions? You know, it's more information gathering is usually when I'm like an excited player. Like when I just want to know all about it is usually what excites me. Whereas with this, I am so much more interested in to see how this gameplay works. Like you playing a different god and me playing this. How does that look? How does me playing a different god while you're playing this character look? How does playing this, and I can't wait till 2 weeks from now when we get to go over the aberration, because the aberration is a secondary to this, right? So
Do you
how
think
are those
that
two?
we're gonna probably do those two on the same lines? That'll likely be a showcase as well.
I'm assuming that'll be a showcase too,
Since you've had
because
a
it's in
little
the
bit
same vein.
of visualization on that ahead of time.
It'll probably be a showcase too, because it's in the same vein of yeah, it's in the same vein of the fact that it's so specific and so special. So I will probably say that will also do as a showcase. But the fact that these will go together will give us so much more insights, because we can pull from this episode. We can talk about the things that we learned at this episode and how they'll apply to the aberration. Because again, we haven't read the aberration yet. So they're supposed to go kind of hand in hand. But yeah, I think that as weird as this, and I mean this in a good way, but as weird as this class is, as imbalanced as it is for standard gameplay, it very much intrigues me what type of higher level gameplay that you have planned for this, but it's not the end game that excites me the most. And that's usually what it is. If you look at my other ones, what usually excites me the most is what's happening in game, the lore, the mechanics. And this is the first time where I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out on the table itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How does this play out with my interaction and the DM? How does this play out between the gods that aren't actually playing? What does their interaction look like as the players are playing through their characters, right? And I say players because they're all players, right?
Yeah.
But the gods versus the godly entertainer versus the aberration. How all of the players are interacting actually is where my mind's at. I want to just be at that table. That's where I'm at.
Interesting.
And this definitely is super fascinating. This is a very unique way of approaching a game, a game build, because most people have such a hard time getting to level 20 that most people don't think of what happens after level 20.
Yeah.
And that's what this really feels like. This feels like a whole level of game that's beyond level 20. Like I said, this level 1 feels like my level 20 regular character should be meeting this in a whole new location that we just arrived on, right? So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, man, there's so much there's so much I want to know, but there's more about the interactions between how this game session works. I think that's I just can't get over that. Usually it's like I'm trying to figure out what do I want to know about the gods and what do I want to know about everything, and I'm like, no, what I want to know is how am I supposed to play this with other people? Like I want to be at session 0 and see how you, Hizboar, would like talk to the players and set them up for this and what expectations you're setting. Every game I DM is like that. It's mostly a way for awkward dudes to interact with each other, starting awkwardly, but losing themselves and starting to show each other other. And that's one of the reasons why I love with High Point the open world aspect, the idea that you just get dropped into a living world and it doesn't matter what you do. I don't care. Like that, I think is not only a great way to break people out of their shell, because it immediately tells them that there's no expectations. You know, they don't feel like they have to like play a character and get into it. They don't feel like they have to like know anything. I literally drop them into a spot with the intent of letting them not know what they're doing. Like if I just say, oh, okay, so you wanted to do this and you want to do that. Okay, well, this is where you wake up. Well, what do? Well, I don't know. What would you do? You just woke up. It catches them off guard because they're like, oh, I don't have to know what I'm doing. I can just do. And it's like, yeah, that's like that. I think that helps, like spur some stuff. But the idea of the open world and letting people not have to like let them figure it out themselves and work into it. I feel, yes, it always starts out awkward, but kind of like what you're doing is it allows them to get into their comfort zone without being like put into their comfort zone, if that makes sense, right?
I know what you mean.
Like they get to settle in and make it comfy instead of just kind of being given something they're expected to like rest in. So yeah, I'm for reasons that I'm actually surprised about, like for not the reasons I expected. I am very interested to see what this kind of gaming session would look like. From a player point of view, I'm really I'm flip flopping here.
It's hard because there's a lot of good that is here. There's a lot of like you said, a lot of fun that can be had here. A lot of great interactions that can come from all aspects. Like, I very much again love the setting that this is going to be in. I think that that's going to be one of my favorite parts to interact with. This, like, again, figuring out how everything works. You know, when it comes to like issues, again, outside of knowing what the setting is, there's not going to be a whole lot of real issues with this, because it works, it mechanically functions.
Yeah.
And the only thing that really might be an issue is balancing, which will come
Which
from
will come
the
from
setting,
the, yeah, 100%
which will come
come
from
that.
the things that you're battling, which will come from the types of scenarios you get put in. So,
And I think that's where I'm going to have to like land on my score. So I think with the lack of information, as of right now, I think because without a clear understanding of how this works out in a IRL, like gamer, like from the player's point of view, as well as how it unfolds over the entire gaming session, I'm very interested. I think I'm more interested in the gaming group and the dynamic of the gaming group over the game. And the reason, like, I was trying to figure out why that was, like, what was my biggest separation. And it's because as a player looking through this class, because it feels, I cannot get over that instinctual feeling that this is just so OP. Mm-hmm. And even as a player, as interesting as this sounds, you guys have seen this too in my stuff. I'm not a min-max player. I'm not a player who's looking to be the uber powerful of uber powerfuls. I want to be the most powerful with what I was given, right? Like with how I built my character. I want to be the best suited with all the things I have. So there is a part of me as a player that hesitates because there is just so much going on here that either it feels like it's going to be a one punch man type of gameplay where I'm meant to be the most ultimate powerful, but it's not part of the main gameplay, or it worries me that I'm this powerful, but I'm still going to have the regular gameplay challenges, which means that no matter how much damage I'm putting out, the enemies are just going to be that much harder. So with that concern, because I just don't know, and it's literally just a knee jerk, because that's what we do here. It's just, initial. With that being said, as much as I want to know about the gameplay mechanics and the interplay between the characters and the players themselves, that lack of understanding that we have right now, and this can always change. I don't remember. I can always change the scores, and I have. Before. Yeah, Hizboar says drama. It's all about the drama. Yeah, so I can't always change the scores. But as of right now, without any real understanding of how the campaign will play out and how the interactions will really be, I'm going to give this one a solid 4 out of 5. And that's only because I have reservations. As a player, just if you give me this cool thing, like if you give me a one-shot and you give me a prefabbed character, I don't mind. But if I look at that prefabbed character and I have like 4 20s in my stats, and I have like already an artifact weapon and artifact armor and like giant spells, I'm going to be like, what am I actually like there's just a lot of questions of like, why am I so powerful so quickly? Like, you know what I mean? This is obvious. So there's reservations because I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's a 4 because I'm not saying that there's a -1 because of any actual negatives. It's just that because I don't know, there's a part of me that's like, I'm really interested to see this, but is it gonna work out perfectly? And that's just it. It's there's a like I'm trying to think of like the difference between like Inventrology's Goblin Clan, and I think the difference there was just a lot more explanation on the expectations. I think there was a lot more understanding of what to expect, and maybe that's why I'm hesitant. Is I just don't know what to expect. But I do expect this to be great. So that's why it won't be a 3. It's definitely not a 3 or a 2 because I know this will be great. It's just that there's too much unexpected for me to be comfortable with like, oh my God, no, this will be like hands down the greatest campaign ever. But yeah, I think a solid 4 out of 5 just because we don't understand more. And maybe I'll change that after Aberration. Once we understand how Aberration works,
maybe
if we get the other gods
filled in, yep.
We can always add that, or we can always increase that over time if it starts to make more sense. But you have no items except for your starting items until you curtain fall. Maybe I missed something. So wait, about the session, let me ask you. What would you do if you were a god and your beloved sugar baby that you fought with other gods like crazy ends up having a mortal for a lover? They're always saying it's one-time thing and let them have their fun for a bit. Oh, because of the interaction between the patron and the person. Okay. But that's interesting. So you have no items until you curtain fall. That would be interesting. I believe leveling will be fast because you'll be fighting big boys. And that's the other thing, too. Yeah, if you're leveling after every battle just because you're just constantly gaining that much XP, this could be, again, pacing could be a big deal, too, right? Depending on how fast this campaign goes, that could change it a lot, too. So I would be really interested to see more about that. Cosmic is very excited for next Monday's stream. I'm actually very excited because we finally get to see his custom BBEG spell. That is only castable by the BBEG, made by the BBEG, for the BBEG.
Interesting. Very nice. Very nice.
It is the FUBBG, like, what is it, FUBU? FUBBGG, UBGG, for the BBEG, by the BBEG.
FUBBGG.
Valizenon, how is it going? It's been a second. It's nice to see you back. Only way to get getting rewards from the gods and rewards from Curtain Fall, as I said. I do like that, though. I do like the idea that because it's more of an arena and it's more of an impression thing, kind of like almost like a Hunger Games aspect. I do like that, right? Where having more of that Hunger Games thing where you're only going to get items if you impress someone. You know what I mean? I also like the idea of being able to set traps. Like being able to say, like, if I'm a rival god, like I can send them something, but like I have to like roll to see if I can deceive them in thinking it's a gift from their god. That would be kind of cool.
Interesting. I like that.
Absolutely. So yeah, so 4 out of 5 until we learn more. I'm really excited to see what the Aberration can do. Going into that, knowing more, at least going into that, like truly understanding that it's like a companion character, I think will be super helpful for us. Hang on a second, my thing's being weird. But yeah, so knowing that, and then if we do end up getting the other gods and understanding how that works, that's going to put a big like puzzle piece together for us. So I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, I think for second showcase, a 4 out of 5, and for Hizboar's first submission, not too bad.
That's very cool. Very cool. Well, I appreciate it, Hizboar. That was... I love where your mind goes with a lot of this stuff, and I'm very excited to see where more of it comes from, especially some of the lore. If you end up ever sending us any of the background for this environment, but yeah,
right?
No, this is I'm very impressed. This is good stuff, man, and I'm very excited to see, especially because you did some changes to it already. I'll be running through your Aberration class as well.
Valley says his more scenario reads like, what would you do if you were married to Zeus? I would do everything I can to impress them. Why is this? Okay, this is all messed up today. I gotta mess with this. Okay. Well, fantastic. Thank you so much, Hizboar, for that showcase. That was our second showcase on the show. So that'll be excellent. I think we'll have another. Yeah. So we'll have the traditional homebrew review next Monday with Cosmic's BBG spell. Then we'll do another showcase the following Monday, and then we're out as of right now. So we need more submissions. So if you guys want to submit your own items, please do so via the Discord. I'm going to put the link in chat right now. You can join the Discord, talk to the great community, submit items for us to review, submit topics for us to talk about, or just generally chat with us and hang out, which would be awesome. If you missed anything on this episode or you want to catch any of our previous episodes, you can check our VODs channel on YouTube. I'm also going to drop that link in the chat right now as well. So you can go check out anything on YouTube. We really really would like to subscribe. Like if you're watching on YouTube, that would be really helpful as well. Otherwise, that's going to be us for today. Friday. Are you here on Friday?
Friday. I believe so. Yes, I am here on Friday.
So I think Friday's topic then will be meta magic. I think that's one that you wanted you to talk about, and I do want to get into that one because I want to show off a lot of the difference between, because meta psionics is one of my favorite types of magic. So I really want to get into this concept of, what D&D, do another deeper dive. What is the history of meta magic and meta psionics in D&D as it is? What does it mean now, and then what does it mean to us?
I'm curious what your definition of meta in this terminology is, because there's a lot of people throw the term meta like it's like metagaming, talking about stuff that's outside.
It just as a quick reference, meta does not mean out of game. Like I don't use in D&D terms. I don't use meta in terms of like if I say metagaming, like when we metagame and we talk about mechanics and talk bigger pictures without being in character. That's the only time I use meta to refer to like non-character knowledge of games, right? That's metadata, meta knowledge. But in this particular case, when it comes to meta magic, that doesn't mean that you're affecting things that the character doesn't understand. Meta magic is typically oriented around a lot of the times it's around like physical magic for the body. So like meta psionics, the reason why I like it so much is it's all focused on things to do to change your metaphysiology, like your own physiology. So meta psionics are things like you can get cut, and if you have a gash and wound, you can stop yourself from bleeding out. Meta magic just allows you to control your blood flow. So if I cut my arm off, I can just stop bleeding.
So, the reason why I asked that is because the way I understand meta magic in 5th edition is very different.
Exactly, and that's why I want to go over the history of it, because I know meta magic from 2nd edition, and that's where I take it. And that's where I think it should. I liked what they did with like meta psionics and meta magic, because it was things like you could turn your blood acidic or poisonous. You could cleanse your blood if you had poison.
Does that stop you from becoming a vampire if a vampire's trying to suck your blood?
There was a good argument for that. But yeah, a lot of the meta magic was like being able to control your own self, and control what your body can do. And I really liked that concept because it just went in a different direction than, controlling certain like liquids and being able to control water and stuff. Like it really was more specific to you were controlling your body from the inside and doing things that just weren't able to be done anywhere else. But that's why I want to do a history on it. I want to do a full deeper dive, go through actual meta magic, when meta magic and meta psionics split, and then just talk about what we think, what we want to do about meta magic. So join us for Friday at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time for deeper discussions where we will discuss meta magic. Next week we'll be here for homebrew review for Cosmic's item. And then we'll let you know then what that Friday topic is all about. But that's going to be us for tonight. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I hope you have a good week ahead of you. Thank you, everybody, for being in chat. We saw Cosmic. We saw Hizboar. Valazinon came in at the end there. We had someone came in earlier. We had some new chatters today. Zelda, thank you so much for being in chat. Really do appreciate you showing up today. It was the first time. And Maddie came in earlier. I don't know if you're still here, Maddie, but thank you so much for joining and chatting with us. We really do appreciate you guys keeping us company. We always want to see you guys here, so drop us a line anytime you're around. But yeah, we're going to be out for the night, so I hope you guys have a great rest of your week, guys. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.